Hydra.
Hydra. Oh, fancy.
Not super new, but finally used that little clip that Nope sent me. Hey everybody, what's going on? Hope you've had a safe and awesome week. Couple of things right off the bat. I will be doing an unboxing a little bit later in the show. Uh, Joey in the chat there, whew, man, above and beyond, brother. I've got to see some of it because Jenna couldn't wait. Jenna had to open it yesterday. She loved everything. She opened the cards. She loved the cards, but now she's mad at you because she needs more. That's just what she told me. But I'm going to be doing that a little bit later in the show. Tonight we're going to be talking about some more underrated movies. Maybe not ones that were box office flops or anything. Maybe some of them you've heard of and they've been quite successful, but just ones that we think are underrated. Let's see, we got a Kickstarter I want to talk about just real quick, coming from Brian Rodman. It's called The Mysterious Adventures of Eula McDowell. This is part of Brian's Cosmic Wheel series. He's so close to funding. I think, let me check. I think he's got 4 days to go. It's a $6,000 goal. They're so relatively close to that goal. Eula McDowell is a clairvoyant demonologist. Let's see. I'll read you a little blurb here. In the old world history of the Cosmic Wheel, Eula McDowell is a veteran demonologist who has seen just about everything, or so she thinks. But lately in her home city of Louisville, Kentucky, things have grown disturbingly strange, even by her standards. In May of '91, a beloved detective vanished without a trace. Weeks later, he reappears at a downtown gas station, naked, brandishing a knife, and raving about a sacred box. Moments later, the station erupts into flames, ignited by nothing but his chilling laughter. If this seems like something that you'd be into, check it out. Share it out. Absolutely. Very cool. Like, I can't wait to show those off. But share it out. Let's get this thing funded. You know, I've said it before. As much as I love my mainline comics, indies are the future. You know, we want to get cool, interesting stories like this. We got to make sure that we support. So even if you do not back, remember, I always say this, been hearing it since childhood, sharing is caring. You know, you never know when somebody's going to look at this and be like, you know what? I haven't been into comics before, but maybe this is what I've been looking for this whole time. So there's that. Also, want to bring this up again because I got to actually see, I haven't seen the back cover, so I can't answer any questions about logos and stuff. But Ben 10, the exclusive for the experience by artist Jay Fosgit, still have them. We're starting to show them on the sales shows. So if you're a first print person, this will be the only way really you can get a first print. It's already gone to second print, you know, unless you want to get, you know, the aftermarket stuff. But, you know, this helps out the channel. The money goes to us. This is something, as a comic fan, I'm excited to see because I'm a part of something that has an exclusive cover. So, you know, if this looks like something you'd be into, if you're a Ben 10 fan, you're a Jay Fosgit fan, be sure to check it out. You can check it out on the shows. And if you go to theexplive.com or scan that little QR code, it'll take you right there. Go underneath. I want to say it's either shop or merch. It's one of those two. That part I can't remember. You can order it. There's also a bundle that includes all 4 covers. So you see, going kind of clockwise here, we got an A cover. We got a B virgin cover. We got a line art cover. And we got a line art virgin cover. So I'll leave that up there for just a second. Read the first issue. Solid book, folks. And I know very, very little about Ben 10. I know the basics of basics. But reading this book kind of makes me want to watch the cartoon. That's on Tubi, if anybody wants to watch it. But, you know, for folks that have been Ben 10 fans, I think this is going to be right up your alley. If you've never read Ben 10 but you wanted to check it out, it's totally user friendly. Like, I hopped into this with barely any knowledge and thought the book was fantastic. So make sure you check that out. Like I said, that money comes to us. And again, that's my place of work, the EXP Live. Scan that. Check out the shows during the week. No shows on Monday for Memorial Day. But we'll be back Tuesday, starting with Miss Janet in Minute to Skim It. Joey, that's awesome. Like, the book made me want to watch it. Like, I've never been opposed to watching it. I just myself have not gotten around to doing it. So yeah. So without further ado, and I think what I'm going to end up doing is, before we launch into our movie section of the show tonight, I think I'll do the unboxing in between, talking about some comics that we've read in the movies. So in order to help me do that, let me bring on my co-hosts from Weird Opes. Let's do a little surprising thing this time. Let's bring on Nope first. And then we'll bring on Ed. I was trying to catch Nope in the act of something, but obviously that failed. What's going on, guys?
What's up, man? Hail Hydra.
Hey, Hydra.
So, my goodness, this week kind of flew by. Last night was kind of crazy. We had Brian Polito on the art show for the first hour. A lot of fun. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like I'm the world's biggest fan of his stuff. I do know some of his characters. Evil Ernie, I've only read when he crossed over with Hackslash. But I thought him and Smiley were cool characters. But he showed a lot of history. He's got a lot of like rare art. And they were talking about the and I know I got the link here. They were talking about the Evil Ernie Omnibus collection, which there's plans to do other things with other characters that Brian has with Dynamite. So, you know, obviously go check that out if you're a Chaos Comics, Coffin Comics, Evil Ernie fan, anything like that. Ed, you're a fan of Brian's, correct?
Well, I'm a huge Brian Polito fan. I've been following him since he put out his first books way back in the late 80s, early 90s. I even got to meet him at a con in the 90s. He's a really cool guy. And he's got a little thing for people who are fans of Coffin Comics called Sworn. It's like the Sworn Nation, where you get, if you join it, you get like first dibs on all the new covers when they first come out before anybody else can get them. And he comes on and does live chats, and been trying for 25 years to get the guy to eat a corn dog, because he swears he's never had a corn dog and he's never going to eat a corn dog. Finally got him to promise that if we ever get a Lady Death Kickstarter to $666,666, that he'd eat a corn dog live and we could all clip it and put it on our pages. So that's a lofty goal to get to, but man, he puts up some crazy numbers on Kickstarter. So we're going to get there one of these days.
Yeah. Joey had an Evil Ernie #1 and gave it to a friend who's a huge fan. Like I said, the character looks cool. And, you know, Jenna knows Lady Death. We have a Lady Death ornament. But like me personally, I didn't want anybody like during the show or here think, you know, just because Brian, I know who Brian is. Like, I know he's a big name in comics. I know that. But I'm not going to go on here and act like I'm a fan like Ed is, you know. But it was cool having him on. It was kind of crazy. You know, it wasn't exactly last minute, but to get an email saying, hey, can I get the link because I'm going to be on the show, or at least being CC'd in that, was kind of crazy. I was like, oh, we're going to have Brian Polito on the experience. That's awesome.
Thank you for the heads up on that, by the way, or else I'd totally missed it.
Absolutely.
I just hope someday Brian gets the licenses back to some of his properties that he had under Chaos, because I'd love to see Belladonna. I've been bugging him about that forever, and he's like, "I'm trying to get the rights. I'm trying to get the rights." But at least he gets to work with Evil Ernie and Dynamite on this one, because Evil Ernie is based on him. He drew it after him. It was supposed to be in his likeness.
Yeah, he
And
showed the pictures.
yeah, I know, but I missed the first like 20 minutes, so I'm not sure what all I missed. But he's got some cool shit. Lady Death, Evil Ernie, Hell Witch, La Muerta. I mean, there's tons of goodies that he has out there. And he has, no offense to anyone listening, he's probably the greatest Kickstart guy in the world, because he always has like 100, what are those called? Goals?
Stretch goals?
Stretch goals.
Yeah.
And they always get hit, and you end up getting this huge bag of goodies, which usually includes free comic books that are limited to like 5 printings and stuff like that. And you're never disappointed. You might pay, $25, $50 for the Kickstarter, but you're going to get $200-$300 worth of stuff.
Yeah, Sean had backed a Lady Death one time, and we were very shocked at all the stuff he got.
Oh yeah, if they do well, you get. I mean, we're talking pins, buttons, magnets, omnibuses, ash cans. Like I said, special comics that he only gives out for this Kickstarter with his special covers, gold-plated covers, metal cover, everything. You can't go wrong if you like his stuff. My favorite of his is Lady Death. Right after that is Hell Witch. But I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for Evil Ernie, because it was Evil Ernie 2 where Lady Death made her debut.
Look at that. Joey even gave him a copy of I Need Your Skin.
Nice. Joey, do you know the name of that Kickstarter thing that he started on his own? Because he left Kickstarter for a while. When he started his own backing system, but I can't remember what he called it. I don't know if he's still using it or not.
I think I remember you talking about that before, but
I can't remember what it's called, because I've been wanting to check on it and I can't find it. And when I try to Google it, all I get is all of Brian's old Kickstarter stuff. So I thought maybe Joey'd know, but no big deal.
So, since I got you guys on, it's kind of, it's his own website.
Oh, okay.
Website. Okay. If you haven't subbed up to Weird Opes yet, folks, what are you doing with your life? Sub up to them, damn it. I will ask you every show. We are on show 75, folks. We are 25 shows away from hitting 100 shows.
And Jay, we're close to our 1-year anniversary.
That's wild.
We launched on Memorial Day last year.
That's
Isn't that crazy?
It is. It feels like we should try to do something to mark the occasion. Somehow.
I don't know if they'll allow strippers on YouTube, but I'm trying. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you mean not us?
I didn't mean no. I wouldn't do that to anybody.
Okay, just making sure. So got a couple of things to talk about before we get to the comic reviews. First, a lot of speculation on this right here. Matthew Lillard has joined Man of Tomorrow, but there's been wild theories on who he's supposed to be.
Ghostface.
Hit me with the phone, Jack.
Yeah. But there's been Plastic Man. There's been Jay Garrick. There's been a ton of things. To which I say, folks, why don't we just wait to see what it is? Speculation is fun, but there are people out there that are 100% like to their core, oh, he's going to be Plastic Man, which, no offense to Matthew Lillard, I don't want that.
Judging by his shirt, he's going to be Crazy Quilt.
Let him be Crazy Quilt.
Grant Gustin's coming back to be Flash, and he's going to play Flash's dad.
Who's the guy in the back? That's a good question, Joey. I didn't even see that. Good eyes. Can I? Hold on, let me hide this chat for a second because now I have no idea. I have no idea. Well, yeah,
I think it's Snyder. He's snooping on him.
no.
Mm.
But and the reason being I don't want him to be Plastic Man is look, I don't want to sound ageist at all, folks. I don't. But we got a 50-year-old guy, a 60-year-old Hal Jordan. I don't want any more characters to be like older guys. I want them to be younger folks. Okay. I want them to be it's me. Yeah, I wish. I want them to be like Corn Sweat's age or Aaron Pierre's age. I don't know why I know, Corey, we have decided to start going a little bit earlier, kind of help out some folks that need to get to bed sooner than I've been letting them get to bed. But yeah.
Been keeping the kids up too late.
Yeah. But Jay Garrick though I can see. Jay Garrick I can give them for that. But Plastic Man, I think he's just too far out of the age range. I mean that's just me. But again, until Gunn comes out and says who he's going to be, if he ends up being Plastic Man, so be it. Like there's nothing, I don't run this universe. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll get over it. I just would like to start seeing a little bit of a younger cast if they're going to be playing these characters for years to come. Like they're not all going to be, well, that's very true too. They're not all going to be, Hugh Jackman till he's 90 playing Wolverine.
Maybe they're just getting back together for another Scooby-Doo movie.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
That's the director and that's Shaggy, so
that's true.
Maybe he's going to be never mind.
What?
I lost the name.
Oh.
I had it, thought it was clever, and then it went right out of him. Alfred. There you
go. We got Alfred before we got Batman.
Well, you said he was old.
See, I don't think he's old enough. I don't think he's old enough to be Alfred. If they're going with the Corn Sweat age Batman, you know what I mean? Because even the guy that played Alfred in the Gotham show was older than Lillard looks. Pertwee's son.
Yep.
He's
Sean. Son of a doctor.
Right. But even he was older, and they played Bruce off as a kid in that one. So,
yeah,
can't see that one.
You did hear me say it was a joke, right?
No.
I said I had a really clever joke to make, and then I forgot the dude's name.
Oh, wow.
By the way, thank you for calling me young, because he's way older than I am. So thank you, Nope.
So yeah, I saw this, thought, it's cool to speculate, but I am never going to say I'm 100% sure on anything until the guy running the show tells me what it is, There's that. Now, here's what I've been watching. I started watching Chuck again.
Who is that in the background?
That is Yvonne Stravoski.
She's Australian.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind being down. Never mind.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. This might get you to watch the show. She is, I think she's CIA. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Casey's NSA.
What's up, Corey?
There you go. She has to get a job for a cover in the first season. And the job is dressing like a beer wench working at a restaurant called Wienerlicious. When she comes out in that outfit with the pigtails,
she's Wienerlicious.
Top notch.
Skirt too, right?
Yeah,
What network was this on?
this was
NBC,
I believe so.
maybe.
This is another one of those shows, much like The Office. I didn't watch till years later,
Mm-hmm.
and I watched it, and I was like, "How the hell did I never watch this?" I love the show. The thing about this show is, I am cursed. I always make it to season 5, which is the last season.
Mhm.
I never finish it. Never. In all the years I've been trying to. In fact, this last time I thought about, why don't I just start at season 5 and just work backwards? But I was like, no, this time I'm watching it. This show
I need to watch through this one again.
was so good, so clever, so funny. But almost
Is the Chuck guy the guy that played Shazam?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God! I'm looking at his face. I'm like, I know him. And then Shazam popped in, and I'm like, no way.
But he's scrawny in this one.
Yeah, I can tell that.
Yeah.
It was his face, his eyes and
Yeah,
nose.
he's built
is what
like
gave it
Jim
away.
from The Office.
So since it's something that you've never seen, Ed.
Oh, I've never even heard of it.
The basic premise is there's a rogue CIA operative that steals something called the Intersect, which is basically a supercomputer built by the NSA and the CIA, where they put all their secrets into these images. Well, the rogue CIA agent steals it, blows up the backup copy, and sends it to Chuck. And Chuck opens it, all the images flash to his brain, so now he's got this intersect in his brain. And, hey, what's up, Candy's comic kid? So now when he sees certain things, it triggers memories. Like, and he works for a place called Bymore in the Nerd Herd section.
Basically, Geek Squad, Best Buy.
Yeah, so he's like a computer
Ed's
nerd.
nemesis.
I'm getting like 40-year-old virgin vibes from this picture.
Well,
Some of the characters in there could fall in those categories for sure.
Yeah. But the show is just, it's so good. It was so good, but I think almost every season they were up against getting canceled. And I think one year the fans got Subway to sponsor a season. Like the fan base was freaking devoted to this. They still ask about a Chuck movie to finish the show. Like, the show ended. It didn't end on a cliffhanger, but the way it ended, they could have gone another season probably.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been trying. This is like Firefly. Years later, people are still either trying to get the show resurrected. Well, I mean, they're getting an animated show.
And ironically, has what's his Baldwin? Adam Baldwin.
The one that's
Adam
not
Baldwin.
related to the other
Right.
Baldwins.
Right. He's in here too.
Yeah.
He would be the third person in the picture if they had one.
Yeah. And Casey's one of my favorites too.
Oh, for sure.
Dude, like, the show's great. This was something that all of us in the house were watching. I showed it to Sean a while back, and we started rewatching that again. So yeah, love this show. If you've never checked it out, folks, if you can find it somewhere where it's not bouncing in between being free on Amazon or having to pay for Amazon, because it does that a lot. I started watching it one time. I was in the middle of season 2. The next time I go to watch it, it's under the paid section again. So somebody figure their crap out. But great show.
By no way am I saying they're twins, but she reminds me a lot of a younger Olivia Wilde with blonde hair.
A little bit.
See it.
A little
I can
bit.
see it in the eyes.
Especially in the eyes.
Boom. Want to talk about this real quick? Masters of the Universe had their final trailer.
Oh, they got a Down syndrome kid to hold the sword. That's so adorable. Oh, it's Jay.
Shut up. My goodness. Ed thinks he's got jokes.
I have the power.
I have the power very much. Sorry, Jay. Sorry, not sorry.
Anyway. Well, I tell you to stand up and say it in my face, but,
I'd have to kneel down to do that. I'm done. I promise. I won't pick on you anymore.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
If you believe me, you're crazy.
Yeah, so that I will have to say, for those who can't tell, it doesn't look incredibly great, but that sword was a pain in the ass to even get that good looking on the picture. I had to do it in 2 different pieces. My mom says I'm cool.
He rides the short bus, Jenny.
Mama says that's my magic shoes.
She said those shoes take me anywhere. She said they was my magic shoes. What's up, Lorena?
Hey, Lorena.
So, look, this trailer apparently was so good that this has beaten most of the trailer reactions I've done by a lot. The last time I checked, it had 432 views. The day before, or maybe 2 days before, I did one for the Lanterns. Lanterns didn't even crack 80. And Corey, I'm going to have to agree with you. I enjoyed the first Lanterns trailer a lot more than the second one. That might have just been me. I don't know what it was. I thought the first Lantern trailer was good. I'm still going to watch it. Trailer's not going to, deter me from watching it. I don't know. The second trailer they released just wasn't my jam. But this, folks, if this trailer right here doesn't get you hyped, doesn't get you excited for it, you're not going to. You're not going to be excited for it. This looks so freaking fun. I don't care how ridiculous it is. I'm going to go into this movie and just know I'm going to have a good time with it.
Hell yes.
It looks so fun. All right, last little thing before we get to the reviews I want to talk about is I just saw this today. Another Disney property coming to Dynamite, Tailspin. I love Tailspin. I can't wait.
I don't even want to try and think of the theme song because it's going to be one of those that's probably going to get stuck in my head for the rest of my night. So I'm thinking I'm glad that it's just DuckTales in my head right now.
Oh, we oh, Tailspin. Oh, we Tailspin.
I used to watch Tailspin, but it was on the Playboy Network. Must be a different show.
Yeah, a little bit. Jeez. Loved this cartoon as a kid. Wanted to be Cloud Kicker. Wanted to have a little airfoil thing. They don't work like you think they would. I tried to make one. Doesn't work.
Is it just me, or is the dude in the hat looking an awful lot like Eeyore? Or no, Tigger.
A little
The
bit.
one on the right with the visor.
Yeah, a little bit. I forget that character's name, but
Tigger.
the character on there. Wiley. Maybe it's
I've
Wiley.
never even heard of this one. This is a brand new one for me too.
So-
just like your Johnny 10 or whatever you're doing.
Ben 10.
Ben 10.
Dude. Let me point something out, and y'all are never going to unsee this. What does his shirt pocket look like?
Yeah, I thought that as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, it looks like a sack.
And they're swinging right in her face. Yeah, I saw that too. And now, if you'll also notice, what does the plane in the vicinity of pointing? Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, he does kind of have a hard on for that plane.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't know, what's funny about this is there are Jungle Book characters in the show. That is Baloo. That is Louie.
Too.
That is Louie. Shere Khan is in this. Bunch of characters, but yes, Lorena.
Thank you for clarifying, Lorena. We couldn't come up with the term.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. That is, hey, Corey's not wrong. Like, until people started pointing it out to me, I never noticed a lot of stuff that gets hidden in Disney stuff.
Right, like the castle and the Little Mermaid covers and posters.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so excited for this. I'm going to be super honest. Just getting teabagged.
You know what it's called when lesbians teabag, right? A flappuccino.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Jeez.
Exactly. That was a great visual too. No, that was awesome.
Oh, it's like dealing with a sophomore class sometimes.
It's like the roast beef sandwich playing the piano.
Like the little video with the guitar. Ding, 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 ding.
Sponsored by Arby's.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we have the meats.
way off the rails already.
Specializing in loose meat sandwiches. We're done. We're done. Canceled.
Yeah,
We're done.
Canceled
That was
probably.
over.
I'm not really big on Dynamite's characters, to be honest. Like, I like the vamp. I say that all the time, like to nobody's surprise. But like, I'm into more of their Disney stuff that they've been doing, like taking the classics, like doing Thundercats or like Tailspin or Stitch or something like that. Like I enjoy those. Space Ghost.
Was
Again,
Thundercats Disney?
No, I'm just naming off stuff now.
Well, I just like how you said I like their Disney stuff like Thundercats and Space Ghost, and neither one of those was Disney. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well,
I know Space Ghost was Hanna-Barbera. I have no idea.
Sorry, I forgot I'm talking to the elderly and I need to get closer to the mic so they can hear me.
Yeah, that's all right, man. Just no big deal.
Enunciate.
Get a telephone book to sit on. Oh, you don't have those anymore, do you?
Telephone book. Not really helping out the old argument here, Ed.
I know that was on purpose. That's why I said you probably don't have those anymore.
Do you have telephone books?
Yeah, it's called Google. No, we don't have telephone books. They used to give them out free until about 10 years ago. Then they stopped.
Well, if you collected any of those previews magazines they used to hand out, those things would be.
You know what I would love to see, but I would never pay for, is like a stack of old 70s and 80s TV guides. Especially like the Saturday morning special ones where they would tell you what was coming up. What, Corey? I didn't hear you. What?
Here, Ed, I'm going to try to help you out.
You better watch yourself, man, because you get that picking on going. It's going to go both ways.
You started it.
Oh, and I'll finish it too, baby. Unlike you, who just goes and walks out. I told you don't start.
No, I'm just imagining how you know my noise. So,
Sean snitched on you.
Well, hope he enjoys the sights. Anyway, my goodness. Anyway, let's talk about some books. For people,
what kind of books?
This is the wrong.
Comic books.
The wrong channel.
At least we're laughing.
That's true. So first up, I didn't know about this book at all. It's another book within the Invincible universe. So there's two different series. This one's from 2010, and it opens up on big group of heroes fighting a race of aliens called the Flaxens, and in their dimension, on their world,
Flacids.
No.
Oh.
Flaxens.
Oh, okay.
My goodness.
The Flacids, that'd be a hard team to beat.
It's just going to be a finish tonight.
Quite the opposite, my friend.
Flaxens. Time moves differently. So years on their home world is like a couple of days in ours. So they have this tech that stops them from aging, and it's different every time they show up. This race of aliens has shown up in the comics a bunch of times. So once the team find out what's stopping the Flaxens from aging, they destroy it. And when the Flaxens retreat to their world, the Guardians leader um, Robot and another character called Monster Girl, which the big green character on there, they follow him. Well, with the leader gone and Invincible being off world, Cecil Stedman, the head of the I can't remember what the actual organization he runs is called right now, but he's kind of like the big guy they all answer to. He decides to not only put this character named Britt, who's the guy standing next to Invincible, to put him in charge, but they also want to start recruiting a new international lineup to protect the Earth. Because they're like, well, we're called the Guardians of the Globe, but we're not really encompassing the entire planet. We're not guarding the entire globe. They decide that they're gonna fix that. This team immediately thrown into a crisis. There's Atlantis exists in this world, so there's a takeover by a character called Octoboss, who talks like Jay does sometimes. If you read the book, you'll figure it out. I stumble on my words a lot. So does this character, and puts words where they're not supposed to go. And then later they face this group called the Order, which is like the big bad in the Invincible universe. So this kind of blends in new heroes with heroes we've seen in the other books. And the great thing about this one is you don't have to actually have ever read Invincible to understand what's going on or to get into the book. It's very character driven, and it gives you kind of like this perfect taste of what this universe is and why fans love it so much. And some of the characters that are in this book that they introduce when they're going to Australia and Europe and other places around the world to recruit. A couple of them are a little bit on the nose. The Australian guy is Kaboomerang. And yes, he throws explosive boomerangs, but he also has a little bit of telekinetic power. There's a Russian powerhouse called Cast Iron. There's a Kenyan speedster called Outrun. They yeah, that looks, yeah. I really love these books, but there's a Yeti who's a literal Yeti, but he's kind of like got a calm monk-like demeanor. And then there's some characters that we know from other books. Knockout, who is basically a super strong heroine who becomes a major player. Kid Thor, who, yes, he wields a hammer. Yes, it's like mystical energy, but not related to the Norse Thor at all. And then Bulletproof. Now, Bulletproof is no stranger at all to any of this. In fact, before the book was going to be about Invincible, Robert Kirkman was going to make Bulletproof his main character. Like, we've seen him in the cartoon a little bit. He's in between Robot and Invincible on this cover, but he ended up becoming a side character for some reason. But he has a much bigger role in this book. Really digging it. Really great. And no Chupacabra. I haven't gotten that far into the book yet, Corey. There's still time. There's still time. But this just affirms to me how much I love this world. Pretty much everything Invincible related I've read, I have just really dug. I want more of this. I want more capes. I want more Battle Beasts, which new issue of that came out pretty recently.
So would this be a good jumping on point for somebody like me who knows nothing about Invincibles, or should I be reading something else before this?
No, you can read this. You can read this. Like, the character of Britt has been in other books and had his own book, but this is not all you need to know is it's a big superhero team. Invincible's only in there for, at least from what I've read, only in there for like a minute, and then he's gone the rest of the series apparently.
Well, a lot of those guys kind of look familiar too. I see Plastic Man and Hulk and a version of Green Lantern and Ant-Man. Just a little tweaking. Beast. A lot of them look familiar.
Shapesmith.
Say that. That looks like a Yeti. Timothy's
That
Russian.
is-
Wendigo,
That is Yeti.
which is, you said he was mild mannered and philosophical like Beast.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Okay.
Okay.
See, you know there could be more than one character, right?
Yeah, I know.
Beast
I'm just
doesn't
saying.
hold the monk leg. In fact, Beast didn't even look like that when he first came out, if you remember. Beast was just a big human looking dude.
Yes, I recall.
I'm interested though on who you think the one Green Lantern is.
The guy in the brown all the way to the right, the face mask is like identical to what the Lantern wears.
If
In
he
the
was
suit.
turned forward, you'd see that
He would be like Brown Lantern,
if
maybe
he
because he's brown.
if he faced towards us,
Is that the boomerang dude?
yes.
Okay.
The mask looks more like a boomerang when it's closer.
Well, the mask to me looks like a brown version of what's his face wore on that god awful movie.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yes, that one.
Oh, did you finally watch it?
No.
Well, how do you know? Oh goodness. How do you know it's god awful if you hadn't watched
You knew what I meant when I said god awful, didn't you? There you go.
It's a descriptor with that movie.
it? Yeah, that's true.
Because 9 out of 10, I'd have said Green Arrow. The way I've been going today.
I'm actually shocked that you didn't say Green Arrow and you said Lantern.
Hey, see there?
Hmm.
The senile pills work.
Call him Brown Eye. Oh,
Yeah. I vote for Corey. He's brown eye.
yeah.
Brown eye and shitstorm. There you go.
What Ed causes on a daily basis. Okay, next book.
You keep having me back.
Yes, because you cause a shitstorm.
Believe it or not, this is my pick of the week. I expected nothing of this book and was pleasantly surprised. In a nutshell, you start with this van or bus, I guess you'd say bus, senior citizens tour bus. And you see these two young folk outside the bus, and the girl's panicking because they brought 6 senior citizens out to walk in this park, and she can't find any of them. And she's afraid they're going to get lost and everything, so they're panicking. And then it switches to the 6 senior citizens who are out there just having a good old time, and they don't give a crap about crap. And then all of a sudden, something buzzes over their head and slams into the ground, and they're like, oh my God, a plane just crashed. We have to go and see if there's any survivors. So they went over there, and come to find out it wasn't a plane. It's this thing that you're looking at, this kaiju. And one of them has a psychopathic link to it. I don't know, whatever. Link to it for some reason, and it can talk to him. And he explains that he's the baby kaiju that came out of the water, and his mommy is going to miss him, and yada yada yada. And then this gives the chance for the guy who can talk to him to introduce us to all of the characters, and come to find out they're all ex-famous people. Like one of them was a famous magician, one of them was a famous actor. So they're all like retired famous people. And they pledge to take care of this baby and try to get this baby home. Now, how these old people are going to do that, I don't know. Then the young people driving the bus show up, and they start panicking and freak out when they see the monster. And one of the old ladies just got me dying laughing because she just shakes her head and says, damn Gen Z kids can't handle anything. I thought that was funny. And then the episode ends by you seeing inside of the cockpit of military planes. And then they said, it came out of the water here, sir, and it looks like it landed there. We're heading to investigate now. That's all we know. But it was fun. It was different. I'm curious as to how these old people are going to... There has to be a reason why they're old and famous. So I can't wait to see how they're going to try to use their influence or whatever to try to help this baby kaiju that is freaking huge, and see if mom and dad show up. That'll be interesting. But I really enjoyed it.
I have to give this one a try.
It's fun.
Hadn't heard that. Welcome in there, Johnny. Good to see you, boss. So here comes my pick this week. Absolute Green Arrow. One of the best damn books I've read in more than a week, honestly. For me, setup was great. It is a setup issue. There's a lot of talking in the middle. But for me, it helped build the mystery. So I did not read Absolute Evil. I know, spoiler alert, folks. I know that Oliver Queen is killed in that issue. I know that much. After I read this, I went back and read that Absolute Evil, and it answers so many questions that I had about Hawkman and Superman in Absolute Superman. So just know that. I should have read Absolute Evil before I saw Hawkman in Absolute Superman. But this one, we don't know who's behind the mask. We don't know if it's Harper, Roy Harper, or Mia Dearden, or any of his other allies take up the mantle. There is best book I read in recent week. Yeah.
Yeah, because his sister wasn't a thing in the comics, just in the TV show, right?
Yeah. Well, he does have a sister in the comics.
Right, but it's not
Minka or something like that.
right.
Amiko.
Yeah, which they did bring that into the show, I thought.
Yeah, they did.
For a brief moment. Okay.
Yeah, they did. But Thea Queen never, I don't think ever existed.
I couldn't think of her name.
Yeah. But I mean, this one opens up right away with headshots, and this book, I should start expecting this from this Absolute line, because there's some scenes in Absolute Superman when Brainiac meets Lex Luthor, the end of that book, that straight up horror movie vibes out of that. Like pieces of people, folks. Like people lose limbs in this book. He's even got whoever it is. They've even got arrows that they don't have to hit you. They can scratch you with them, and you're not coming out of it. So I'm very curious to learn what that chemical is, because just the guy that gets hit, the interior artist, my goodness. I had is it Albuquerque or Albuquerque?
Looks like it says Albuquerque on the front.
Yeah, I think Albuquerque does the interiors, and I think he did this cover. I could be wrong though. But Ed, Johnny, I'm totally down with that. Bring as many absolute characters as you folks want. But Absolute Green Arrow so far, like this first issue for me was I can't wait to see. I want to know. I had so many questions reading it. I'm like, did they put Ollie in a Lazarus pit to bring him back? Is it somebody else? Is it a brand new character? I got so many questions. This thing is violent, though. Don't think for a second that this is anything watered down. Again, people lose limbs in this one. And somebody who, it's very topical too, but not in a way that, like, I don't know, felt too preachy or anything to me. But people get what they deserve if they deserve it. And they're not shy about describing what gets done to said people. Like, this book to me, fantastic. I hope the second issue holds up. I also hope that we don't spend the entire series trying to figure out who this Green Arrow is. They call him the Longbow Killer in this. But I hope we don't spend the entire series. Like, do a couple of issues of the mystery. But I hope that they don't. I hope that they reveal who it is soon. So,
see, Oliver's in a back to tank, and this is all just flashbacks we're seeing in this issue. Oh no, wait, that was Boba Fett. Never mind.
Goodness. No, Ed, I know you read it too, and you didn't have too much to say about it, but
Oh, I have lots to say. I always have lots to say. The first few pages were awesome. The last few pages were awesome. The 20-some pages in the middle, oh my God, quit talking and do something or give me caffeine. A very, very slow burn. Great action scenes at the beginning and at the end, but in the middle, it was just talk, 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 talk. And half of what they were talking about, I had no idea what they were talking about. So that didn't help. But I haven't given up on it. I don't get the quote unquote horror aspects that were promised, but yeah, there's some gore. I'll probably read the next one, and hopefully there'll be less talking and more action. But it's a hashtag not that bad for me. I won't condemn it, but I can't say it was the greatest thing since sliced bread either, because those middle 20 pages are brutal.
Yes, Ed needs less words, not more.
Ed needs action.
Well, again, though, for a first issue, they got to build to something.
But dude, they weren't even doing anything when they were talking. They were literally sitting at a table sipping tea. It's like, go do something.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Now,
I'm not trying to pee on your porridge.
No, well, here's where I will agree with you, though.
Okay.
Slasher would have been the right word.
Yes.
Slasher to me would have worked a lot better than saying horror. It feels more like a slasher than a horror, and there is difference. There's nothing like inherently scary about this.
No, nothing at all.
Homie putting arrows through people's eyes and slicing nuts and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah. And the guy that got clipped and then his face started to look like Toxie. That was kind of interesting. But yeah, it's more like torture porn than horror. But I enjoyed the parts where there were action. It's just the other parts were just I found myself wandering and would have to reel myself back in.
Well, and that's the thing about not being 100% into superhero books. Though technically it's not a superhero in the general sense, but superhero books are wordy.
I made a big mistake. I heard horror and got my hopes up. So, and then when I saw the picture, I'm like, oh, cool. Something's turned Green Arrow into this freaking demon-like dude, and he's just going to go around killing people. And no, it's just somebody we don't know in a mask. And the horror is the squirting blood, which, yippee, that's not horror, that's gore, but whatever. But I'll still give it a try and see if it turns horror-ish.
It's not. It's going to be slasher. It's going to be slasher mystery. I don't see this getting horror at all.
I think it's going to be more police mystery with just some gore. Yeah. And that's just not my thing.
No. Well, and I get that. For me, though, 10 out of 10. Bring on more. Like I said, reading this made me go back and read this one right here, where the Absolute Universe's Justice League is formed.
Was that a one-shot?
Yeah. So it's got characters that are in here and throughout, like villains throughout the universe. Yeah, Corey, I like 100% being honest, man. I would put it in slasher. I wouldn't say horror. There wasn't anything. It was mystery slasher.
But I don't even know if I would call it a slasher though. Because slasher to me is like a Michael Myers or a Freddy Krueger or a Jason, where you can't explain what they are or how they keep. And this is just some dude in a mask that is excellent with a bow and arrow, which, don't get me wrong, I mean, I like Hawkeye too, but to me that's not horror. That's more like a Harrison Ford action movie, like cops hunting things which that's fine too. I like some action movies with cops and chasing killers and stuff. But when they were trying to sell it as horror, they lost me when I realized there's no horror involved in this book. That's all. I might like the second one now that I know what not to expect.
Yeah. Again, though, like I said, for me personally, the way he's taking people out, I definitely get slasher vibes because it's definitely not hero vibes. I'm getting from some of the kills he's been doing. Like there's arrows through the heads, arrows through the eyes, cutting people's limbs off. I mean, that bow, if you look at it, ain't no way that's a hero's bow. That bow was made for killing folks. So
It kind of reminded me of when Hawkeye went rogue in Mexico and wore the cape or the cloak and nobody knew who he was and he was just killing everybody left and right. That's what it kind of reminded me of.
Ronin?
Yeah.
When he was Ronin, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of what it reminded me of. But when they showed the face and everything, I was hoping that was his face. I was hoping that he was some kind of demonic or some kind of, possessed entity or something. And it's just going to end up being somebody in a mask that's good with a bow and arrow. And who knows, it might even be Oliver. Maybe they resurrected him.
Yeah. Like, being a first issue, even I could be wrong in saying that it's just a slasher. Maybe there will be a horror element to it. They just hadn't gotten to it. Like,
Maybe.
There's no telling with the first issue. But
right.
I agree that they shouldn't have used that unless it was the book was going to open up on horror.
Yeah, the way they built it up, I wish they would have leaned more on the horror side and got the hook sunk in your mouth first. Instead of just dangling the worm 10 feet away and waiting.
No.
I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying I was disappointed. But I'll read the next one and see where it goes.
Yeah. Then for something on the other end of the spectrum, but just as violent.
I love the evil Ernie looking Lobo. That's the first thing it reminded me of when the Scotty did. Anyways, are you talking about this one first or am I?
No, go ahead.
So I continue to love this series. I talked about the first two and told you guys that they were a lot of fun. This one doesn't disappoint. If you recall, in the last almost said episode, in the last issue, they wanted to make like a star out of him, so they made him dress a certain way and act a certain way and work for the online content people. Well, in this one, he's pretty much like tired of that shit, and I just love how it says as Plaque Major is the planet. That just kills me. But he's basically sick of the corporate assholes that he was working for, and he's all like drunk and pissed and half naked in bed. And then his little TV goes off and some dude's trying to get him back into the Intergalactic Bounty Union. But before they can let him back in, they have to do a psych eval on him. And he goes back and starts talking about, the things that like shrinks ask you. And he starts talking about his childhood. And one of the memories of his childhood was how he was in love with a space dolphin at the aquarium, and he wanted to pet the space dolphin, but his teacher wouldn't let him. So he was like, screw you, you old hag, I'm going to have fun anyway. And he starts pushing a bunch of buttons to try to figure out how to let the dolphin loose. And the dolphin gets out, and he gets to make friends with the dolphin. He's just a happy little boy until they get back to school. And, then he has to be punished for what he did and all this stuff. And he's like, screw you guys. I'm going to get on my supercharged tricycle and just get the hell out of here. It's a lot of fun. It's crazy. It's fun. He meets a Mauve lantern that comes to stop him. And what's he do? He cuts his finger off and takes his ring. So now he has a Mauve ring that he makes like these giant teddy bears and stuff with to terrorize the town. And then you hear the old Green Lantern phrase being said, in brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall, blah, 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 blah. And a Green Lantern shows up and makes a giant kid to grab the giant pink teddy bear, or mauve, I'm sorry, teddy bear, and rip it to shreds. And the Green Lantern is able to stop, our poor little hero Lobo. And but then, the Green Lantern makes a mistake, and he starts talking about making the ring green again, and giving it to somebody else. And the boy's like, I don't think so. And he steals the ring again and starts blasting off. And then we come back to today, and for whatever reason, Lobo is naked now with his ass in the screen, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And and he's talking to his shrink some more, and he's watching. I don't remember what he's watching on TV, but he said he kind of likes this flick, but I don't remember what he was watching. But it said next up will be Lobo versus Supergirl. So I'm assuming next month they might do something to tie into the movie a little bit.
Yeah.
And they have an awesome cover for number 4 where he's got his foot lodged on Superman's chest, but Jay don't like that one.
Yeah, I mean, low Goku there.
Low Goku.
Oh, Goku.
Yeah, I can't say much more than what Ed said. I loved it. The main kid was terrifying as a child. Like, his whole planet was just like, we don't know what to do with him.
Right. This probably would have been my pick of the week, but it's already been my pick of the week twice. So I went with the other one just because it was something new and different. Because I love this series. I knew nothing about Lobo going in. I'd heard that he was going to be in a movie. I knew that everybody was wanting Momoa to play him, but I knew nothing about him. So my first experience is this series, and I'm in love with the character now that's in this series. Now, whether that's what Lobo's like in all the other series, I have no clue. But in this series, I'm digging this Lobo.
And that's what it's about, folks. There's different interpretations of the characters for everyone. And I'm glad that Ed found one that he likes. Like I said, I'm enjoying this book too. I will say not that it's better, but in a different way. The Deathstroke of the 3 that came out, the Deathstroke one has actually been my favorite. Deathstroke the Terminator has been one of my favorites out of the next level 3 that got released around the same time. Lobo is a very close second, though. Very close second. Really enjoyed this book. All right, so before we get into the movies, let me get to the right screen here. There we go. So I don't have to make Joey wait any longer. I'm gonna drop you guys off, and I'm gonna record this, or we're gonna do this live, but I'm gonna clip this out, put a video up later. So I'm gonna drop you guys out real fast. When I'm done, I'll bring you back on. So we're going to treat this like I'm doing an unboxing. Mess ups and all. I won't be able to edit it. We've done this once before. It was kind of fun. But I want to show off this awesome... Hey, Joey, I cannot thank you enough for this, brother. We got these packages in, both Sean and I, yesterday. Jenna wanted to open them. She wanted to see what we got. So I went ahead and let her open them. She opened up the cards that came in it. She's so mad at Joey because now she says she needs more. But like I said, give me just a second. And I'm going to show you what we got in. Now, some of this was from a campaign we backed called I Need Your Skin. Some of it was things I think I won from Joey from a show he was doing. I can't remember exactly when, but Joey, this is awesome. So here we go. All right, everybody. I'm getting ready to show you all this cool stuff we got in. Like, we're going to start with the smaller stuff first, then we'll go to the books themselves. I and Jenna and basically all of us at the house, we love when we get these little extra things. Love them. So first up, oh, this is awesome. I hadn't really looked through all this stuff. Jenna and them did, but we got a little Geek Collective Archetypes sticker. Love stickers. That is dope. That's going on my door with my other company logo ones. Very cool. Then we got, Jenna thought this was a sticker. I don't think it is. Oh my goodness, I cannot read. Divination Comics. Ooh. You have to excuse the not focusing, but hey, there's a little QR code. People want to scan that. If you can't scan it here, folks, trust me, it'll be probably in the video when I edit it. I'll make sure I put it down in the corner, clear one, so people can see it. Then we got some tarot cards. These become pretty popular in Kickstarter books. Really enjoy getting them. We got the Tower. The Fool. The Queen of Swords. And the Three of Cups. So those are the tarot cards we got. Now, there's also a trading card pack that, if I remember correctly, made from sugar cane, I believe. But Jenna opened this. I have not seen it, though. So this is my first time seeing what's in here. Ooh. Very cool. Like I said, I wish I could get my camera to focus better, folks, on lives. It's really weird. It decides what it wants to let you see and what it doesn't. So hopefully you can see that. And this, ooh, something else I really love, a metal card. I love metal cards. These are great, especially for people who can't afford metal covers. It's always cool to get stuff like this. I'll show it off one day, but I got a baseball card, like baseball card collection that's metal cards and the regular cards, but very dope. Love that. And I want to say this is a glow-in-the-dark card. Whoop, there we go. Oh, apparently the metal card glows. Can't wait to test that out. Put some pictures up on the screen later. Oh, come on. No, it just doesn't like me today. Sometimes I can get it to focus. Sometimes I can't. But now, on to the books. Oh, goodness. There's a lot of stuff here. So this is I Need Your Skin. One of the creepiest books that I have read. This one, I want to say, is the Brian Bolondo cover. Big fan of Brian's work. Been a big fan of Brian Bolondo for a long time. First learned about him when he was working on Pocus Hocus with one of the writers of this book. So, I Need Your Skin, written and co-created by Alan Dunford, illustrated and colored by Brian Bolondo, lettered and logo designed by who else but Dave Lentz, produced and co-created by Joey Galvez, who's in the chat. Let's see, covers by Brian Bolondo, Benjamin W. Morse, Kit Wallace, and I always screw Ruben's last name up. Always. I want to say it's Moko, but I always get it wrong, and I apologize. I always get that name wrong. Divination Comics, and I'm probably saying that wrong too, but there you go. Give you a picture of logo on the back. All right, so that is, check my notes here. That is cover A. So yeah, this is so it is Moko. All right. Which is good because no, this one, okay. I should have known as soon as I saw it. My bad. I almost said the wrong thing. So another cover. This is Kit Wallace. Kit, big fan of his as well. That monster is just dope. I love that demon. And that is, I probably have them out of order. This is cover C. So this one's cover C. Here's cover B by Ruben Moko. Just look at that. That is just stellar work on all these covers. You guys really, really did a fantastic job, Joey. These covers are awesome. And what's inside, trust me, folks, is just as good. Then we have the cover D by Benjamin W. Morse. This is the Misfits Chamber of Chills homage. Chamber of Chills, right? Believe so. Super dope cover. And not to be outdone, looks like we also got that in the awesome little hollow foil. I'm a sucker for gimmick covers, folks. I'm not going to lie. Blame it on the 90s. Oh, not only that, but yes, sir. Got that metal cover too. Oh. Ooh. Oh. I love metal covers, y'all. Granted, they never really come out of the foil. I want to show this off just one more time. Love all these covers. Foils are great. Metals. I can tell you this. I love metals. They never come out of the box. I'm always afraid that I'm going to mess something up. Then we got a Archetypes Homage Variant Edition. Definitely going to have Joey on one day to tell me more about this. Love that character on the front too. And then last thing, Archetypes. It's like a big Halloween special. Look how thick one that one is. Oh, I just noticed something about this one right here too. Looks weird, like very nice. Embossed logo, very cool. Very nice. Look at that. Oh, this is a Halloween special. I can't wait to tear into this stuff. Like, Joey, again, man, this is above and beyond. Above and beyond. Like, we appreciate this a whole lot, man. We really do. And again, y'all, if you missed out on the first campaign for this, when they get to their second one, I'm telling you, back issue 2, get you in issue 1. This book is creepy. It lives in my nightmares sometimes. It's basically a woman goes to see mystic, a fortune teller. I can't remember 100%. It has been a little bit since I read it, but some things happen because I don't want to spoil it. But some things happen, and the next thing you know, she thinks of eating her friends' faces. I want to be super vague. Just know that I was so creeped out by this book. I'm going to do a full kind of review on this later on. But I just wanted to get the unboxing part of it done here, do it live for folks that are watching live. And then, like I said, I'm going to clip it out and release it as a regular, uploadable video. But man, this is so good. I'm going to fly through this other stuff. There we go. We got, again, just, logo stuff. Follow them, folks. They're doing good things. Again, company sticker. Ooh, whoa. There we go. Company stickers, things like this. Going to go on my office door. Love stickers. Anybody out there with Kickstarters, if you got a company logo, please add those. We love getting those in. And again, I won't go through all of these to kind of save a little bit of time, but all these just awesome cards. Just, again, this is awesome. It's super appreciated. It's never, it's never expected to get stuff like this. But just another reason I love supporting the indies, because they go above and beyond. And Joey and the entire team outdid themselves with this one. So there we go. And let me get back to the show. Like I said, I'll have that clipped out and probably set it up Monday or Tuesday. So here we go, folks. I'm bringing everybody back in, so not to surprise you or catch you off guard.
Yo.
What's up?
Yo.
I wonder if Ed came back.
No,
Oh, yes, you did.
no, I'm not here.
Yes, embossed logo, the full cover is
Secrets.
awesome.
I got a secret.
Dami arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Who told you? Now you must die.
Yeah. This feels like an Ed book. I can tell you that.
You have to show me the Halloween cover, because the feed was like 3 minutes behind, because you hadn't even shown the Chamber of Secrets yet, and you were already done.
Here.
Oh, okay. So is that like a magazine or something?
I think so. It's
Okay.
a independent geek culture magazine.
Cool.
Very dope. Can't wait to crack into that.
Yeah.
Braille typer. So yeah, again, Joey, you know what? I even forgot, and I'll make sure that I throw this in the regular video. I almost forgot. I got buttons. We got buttons too. I'll definitely make sure to add that into the video that gets dropped, because they're very hell. Now you want to focus. Look at that. Now you want to focus. Not when I was trying to show off the cards, but the little bitty buttons you want to focus on. I'm sorry, I talk crap and now you're not going to work. There we go. Yeah, I'll make sure I add that on. I almost forgot about the buttons.
That's what she said.
Buttons, buttons. Who's got the buttons?
Yes. Okay, so it's got comics and articles in it. Cool. I will definitely be giving that a read too. But I'm gonna read my copy of I Need Your Skin and actually do a review on it because
How many issues behind am I on it?
Just the one.
Oh, there's only been one issue?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I can catch up on that pretty quick.
Well, Joey, you did a great job, man. The buttons are really cool. See, again, there's a lot of folks that are like, I just want the books. Hey, man, if you want to give me some stuff, I'm all. Oh, just your logos. Okay. Well, they still look cool. You did a great job. Definitely find a cork. We have a cork board. We haven't hung it up yet, but I have a cork board that Jenna got that all the pins and stuff, plus we have them in the walls in the room with all our pins and buttons and stuff like that. We put them in there to kind of display them.
Don't let your cork dry out or it'll start to crack and crumble. I'm being serious.
How do you moisturize or lube up your cork?
Just a damp rag. But no, that's where people have wine and they mess up because they'll keep it in their fridge standing up and then wonder why it tastes like crap. Like, well, because the cork dries after time and shrinks, so it's letting out the carbonation and it's like bringing in the shit, and that's why all wine racks are tilted down at like 30-degree angles so that the cork stays moist. You know, I go through the whole speech with them. Not to mention, it's one of the best SNL bits of all time when they talk about the cork soakers and how they love cork soaking. And it is, if you haven't seen that one, look it up because one of the actors makes the slip and says the wrong 2 words and you will die. It's great. But no, for real, keep your cork soaked.
No, soak your cork.
Or it'll dry and crack.
Yeah. That's what I hear. So, with all the cork soaking going on, let's get to the movies. These are underrated. Wait, hold on just a second. Trading card package, do it. And glued and crimped every pack. Joey, man, that's a lot of work.
Trading cards too? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's.
Remember when movies used to give out trading cards, or didn't give out, but put out trading cards? God, I loved collecting those.
Yeah, we got some alien ones around here somewhere.
I have all 3 of my Star Wars. I have my King Kong 76, I think, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I still have those 5 sets.
Very cool. So these are continuation because we had so many damn movies last time. It's continuation of that. These are not just movies that, you know, didn't make any money. Some of these that I have on my list are like universally loved or hated, depends on who you ask. Made a little bit of money or they didn't. These are just ones that we think are kind of underrated. We're going to start with this one. My little sister still talks about this and me making her watch it when she was a kid. No, Jenna bought them. She didn't have to let me buy them. She bought them. Pumpkinhead.
Keep away from the Pumpkinhead unless you're tired of living. His enemies are mostly dead. He's mean and unforgiving. I've had that memorized forever. Love this movie. It's a movie I watch every year for Halloween. It's tied to Halloween, so that's why I watch it for Halloween. And I love the looks of this monster. The sequels, they get weaker, but the first one is still solid. Lance Henriksen is the star. If you don't know him, he was the guy that played the cyborg in the Aliens movie. And he's been in a ton of other things. But believe it or not, it also has Mayim Bialik, or however you say Blossom's name.
Mm-hmm.
She's in it as a kid too. But great movie. The premise behind it is if someone wrongs you and you want revenge, you can go see the witch, and the witch will summon the Pumpkinhead, and the Pumpkinhead will kill whomever it is that you want the Pumpkinhead to kill. And once the Pumpkinhead is unleashed, nothing can stop it until it finishes its mission. And then it goes back to sleep until it gets conjured again. And basically what happens is Lance's son gets run over by these teenagers who are hot rodding and gets killed. And he wants revenge on the teenagers and doesn't want to accept their apology. So he goes and visits the witch, and she summons the Pumpkinhead. And I'm not going to spoil the end for anybody, even though it is a year-old movie. It's one of my favorites. This is one of my joyful pleasures. Each October, I look forward to watching this. And I usually watch all 4 of them, sometimes in a row. But I definitely watch the first one every year. Highly recommend it. Give it a try. Give it some love. Good old-fashioned monster movie madness.
Both doors and windows barred. Guard dogs prowling in the yard. Won't protect you in your bed. Nothing will. From Pumpkinhead. Blood Wings. I like Blood Wings. Not gonna lie. Pumpkinhead Blood Wings. I like
that one too. Yeah. With the little midget CGI thing bouncing around. Yeah, it's adorable.
Yeah. This movie freaked me out as a kid, and
the first one is a solid horror movie.
Yeah, 100%. I want to say the little boy, was it not the kid from Who's the Boss?
Oh
The son?
God. See, now I don't know. I never watched that show.
Hatchet's another crazy one. K-pop. That's a crazy. Like, you want to talk about gory movie. Hatchet is nuts. That's Kane Hodder, though, I think.
But his son was played by Chance Michael Corbett.
No, I'm thinking of somebody completely different then.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen that kid in something else, though, but I lost
the woman that plays the witch. Oh, she is so fantastic. Probably the best witch I've ever seen in a movie or on TV. She is the epitome of Halloween witch.
It was Lost Boys. That's where I'd seen that kid before.
Okay.
I think he was like the youngest vampire in that movie.
I barely remember that movie.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, Pumpkinhead, man. Good choice. My like I said, my little sister, there was two movies I showed her way too young. This was one of them. The other one was the Tim Curry It that she talks about to this day. Swamp Witch Life. But solid movie. The creature, the Pumpkinhead creature is, especially for the time, man, there's something about practical effects. There's just something about practical effects that I love. Like practical animatronic. I love that. That's one of my favorite things about kind of an honorable mention on this list, Deep Blue Sea. You know, people give it crap thinking that it was all CGI sharks. No, some of that was actually animatronic, and those animatronics were freaking amazing.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, I love Deep Blue Sea. If you haven't watched Beast of War, that's a newer shark movie with a practical looking shark.
That's the one where they're stranded.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Quint's story from Jaws, but it's Australian.
Right.
It feels like
that soldiers stranded on an island outside of Japan or something, World War II times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, check that one out, folks, if you haven't. Those are my two like honorable mentions. Like, I'm a sucker for shark movies too. So the next one we have on here, I want to say, it's Snopes.
Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel. This is a Wes Anderson movie, so if anybody's familiar with Wes Anderson movies, that's kind of feel it's going to have, to where it's got that dry humor. It is a slow burn for sure, because it is a whole lot of dialogue with this. It is not an action movie by any means, because you got the bellboy who's basically telling the story of how he came to be the owner of the Grand Budapest Hotel. So he's old in the beginning, and then he goes into an old transition story where he's how he got started there. And then you got Ralph Phineas as the concierge. So he's the main guy, the head honcho as far as running the hotel. And the dry humor in it is just so good. And just, I don't know. I laugh so hard every time I watch this movie, just all the timing and everything. And there's so many faces in this movie too. So, and
dude, I'm looking at this cast list, and I was like, this might be the only Rafe Fiennes movie I've never seen. Because I love Rafe Fiennes and everything he's in. Like that's Voldemort.
correct. Yep, you
And
got
then-
him, and then
Willem
yeah, see a lot of
Dafoe.
these.
Holy
It's
crap.
been a little bit since I watched this one, but I always tell people you're not going to be disappointed. But then again, there are people who don't really like the slow, dry comedy movies. So,
That's true.
but I really love this one.
Yeah, that's a stacked cast. I'm definitely going to be adding this to my list of stuff to watch. Next one, John Carter. Don't care. People can throw their hate at this movie all they want. I thought this movie was great. Tyler Kitsch cannot catch a freaking break to save his life, though. No matter what the poor guy is in, I think The Covenant was the only thing that people liked that he was in. I look again. I'm not a John Carter. Like I never read John Carter comics. I didn't know John Carter was a comic or a book or anything. I just saw this movie. It's much like World of Warcraft. Never played the game. Never done anything World of Warcraft. I enjoyed the movie. John Carter was the same. I had a ton of fun with this movie. I had no idea why this failed as hard as it did, except for you had the people that were hardcore John Carter of Mars fans that just didn't like it and just bashed it.
You want a fun fact?
Hmm.
The reason why they actually shelved this was because this came out the year before they acquired Star Wars. This was going to be their space franchise, but then they acquired Star Wars and then shifted gears, and this one got shelved.
Corey, you're correct. It's not like, again, not Oscar worthy, but man,
Right.
it's a fun movie. And I just,
Well, and
couldn't
that's why
understand.
everybody thinks that that's why it got shelved, was because it's crap and all this stuff. No, they abandoned it because Star Wars was way more profitable and was going to cost them way more. So this is going to be easy to shelf to put the money towards Star Wars stuff going forward.
Hindsight, I wish they'd have stuck to John Carter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at least they could have salvaged this one pretty well between the movies.
and the dog. Yes.
Oh yeah, Woola.
Oh, love that. I love Deja Thoris in this. The actress was in
Mhm.
the Wolverine with Hugh
Yes.
Jackson. Oh, fantastic. You had the guy. I never remember the poor guy's name, but he's a jerk off in every movie he's in.
Mark
He's
Strong.
No, Mark Strong is just top tier, but Dominic, no, not
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
300.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was. Was he also the guy in The Wire?
I think so.
Dominic West.
Yeah, actually, that sounds right. Holy crap!
Willem Dafoe's in it too.
Yeah, he's one of the tribe that Virginia.
And isn't the guy that plays Sandman in the Spider-Man
Defoe's one of
movies in
the
it too?
Tarks.
Yeah, he's one of the main ones.
Yep. Isn't the guy that plays Sandman in the Spider-Man movie in it too? Or am I thinking of? Maybe not.
You might be right. Is that who plays the captain that's after him in the beginning, or was that Brian? I can't remember who was.
Don't
Who the
Thomas
actor
Hayden
was.
Church.
Who?
Thomas Hayden Church.
Is that him?
That was a
Carl
sheriff that
Hodges.
went into the cave with him, and
I think so.
I thought it was a good movie. I enjoyed it, and I just like Jay, I didn't know it was a comic when I saw it.
This movie made me want to read the books, so it did its job.
Well, looking at his name, maybe it was Bryan Cranston's character that went into the cave with him.
Okay, because I thought Cranston was in this movie.
Yeah, because his name is Powell. Thomas Hayden Church was Tal Hodges. So
yes, Powell is the bounty hunter sheriff guy that actually follows him into the cave there in Virginia.
Yeah. The
dude from Friends was in that movie too, and so was, I think, Jon Favreau. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong movie.
All I know is I see this movie. He wasn't a bad guy in the Kingsman. I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. Dominic West was in the Kingsman, wasn't he? Was he? Now I'm all confused. I don't remember how.
I don't remember. Or was he one of the Americans in the second one? Or no, that was Pedro and Channing Tatum, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which I didn't really like that second one. The first one was awesome.
Oh, The King's Man.
Oh, the prequel.
Yeah.
With Phineas, right? Voldemort.
Fiennes.
Ralph Fiennes, whatever. I keep saying Phineas.
I was like, Phineas.
Phineas and Ferb. Terry.
He was bald. One guy. Well, I know Mark Strong was in the. He was a good guy.
Kingsman movies, yeah.
Because he was Merlin.
Merlin, yeah.
Yeah. Dominic West. I don't remember.
But I think Ralph Fiennes was the main guy in the King's Man, which was the prequel that I guess they started it in World War I or World War II.
Which that movie shocked the hell out of me.
I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, I won't spoil that, but I got shocked in the middle of the movie. You're like, wait a second, what the hell is going on? Yeah, it had a twist in there that was just crazy. But this movie right here, again, this is a fun movie. Don't let people, if you haven't seen it, don't let the folks that are like, oh, it's terrible, it's garbage. Don't let it stop you. Form your own opinion, because trust me, I cannot believe this movie didn't take off. Like, again, wasn't award-winning by any means, but it was such a fun movie. Like, it was really good. There's parts in it. I still walk down the halls and go, Virginia! All the time.
Virginia!
All the time. That's what they call John Carter, because he tells them he's from Virginia, and they think that's his name.
Right.
So they call him that for most of the movie.
If it would have been done in more of like a Conan format and not a Disney family type format, I think it would have done a lot better. But it's a solid movie as it is.
Yeah, because it's definitely more like the story itself is definitely more like Conan, just like the Rosetta paintings, because there is John Carter Rosetta paintings with the Tarks and John Carter, and he's all Conan'd out.
Yeah.
Mark Strong's good in everything he's in.
Really?
He's one of those guys.
Dude, Kick-Ass, Sinestro. That's the main thing I freaking am so mad that we didn't get more of that Green Lantern. That is the reason.
Or that they wasted him already on the Penguin show. Well, it is just the Penguin, isn't it? So that is supposed to be separate. So never mind. I guess he could technically still come back as something else.
He could, but it's like
DC stuff. But
he was Sinestro. He's good at playing bad guys in DC because he was Sinestro and Dr. Sivana in Shazam.
That's right. Forgot he was Dr. Sivana.
Bring him back. Like,
he's so versatile. It wouldn't be hard.
Yes. Kick-Ass. Like I said, he's done a lot of comic stuff. Kick-Ass. He was the dad, like the main guy in Kick-Ass. Was he the main guy in Kick-Ass? Now I'm
in the first one, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember.
Questioning myself because it's been a while since I've
Google it.
I should Google it.
with the Google.
But yeah, I'm good with the guy that they chose. I don't remember his name off the top of my head right now for Sinestro coming into the Lantern show. If you've ever seen the show Banshee, he played Proctor, and he was a badass in that show. That show alone, honestly, I know Anthony Starr from when he was in Xena because apparently in New Zealand it's a rite of passage to be on Xena or Hercules when you're a kid. That's how I knew Carl Urban. They were both on Xena. But Banshee is the show that really was like Anthony Starr, like put him on my map. So if you've never seen Banshee, you should definitely watch it.
Yeah, I need to. I think that's on HBO.
Yeah. Let's see. Next one. Okay. Ed.
What are we doing? Oh, The Fourth Kind. This one is a very strange movie that I like it because it's strange. They try to make you think that this is true events because what this movie does is it stars that, oh man, I'm horrible with her name, Mila Jovovich. Did I say it right?
Close enough.
Okay, so you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
She's
Multipass.
Thank you. She's the star of the movie, and she's playing this Dr. Tyler. But they start the movie with interviews of her and the cast where they have watched the VHS tapes from the quote unquote real Dr. Tyler to base the movie on. But the movie, that's all BS. It's just to get you snared in. When you see the VHS tapes, you're going to recognize some of the people on them and go, that's an actor too. Because that's what happened with me. But they're trying to make you think that this is a documentary that's made on real events of what happened in a town in Alaska where people were being abducted. And the way that they found out is this Dr. Tyler was helping folks with hypnosis. And while they were hypnotized, the alien beings from whatever, galaxy they were from, I didn't say the word, I almost did, would come into the body while they're possessed and start talking in their weird language, and their jaws would elongate and they would lift into the air. And it was freaky as shit if you thought it was real, because this is what you were seeing on the fuzzy black and white videotape type stuff that this movie was supposedly based on. And they kept
kind of like
going,
The Ring.
Yes, kind of like The Ring. But the actors were also playing themselves. This is where it's confusing, because they're playing themselves, talking about playing the characters in this quote unquote movie, or not movie, but you know what I mean. It's supposed to be real. But then they start playing the characters and then show you outtakes from the quote unquote real videotapes. And it's all about the fourth kind is being abducted. So Close Encounters of the Third Kind is when you actually see them. But the fourth kind is you're being abducted. And people in this town keep disappearing and reappearing and saying they're abducted. And the way they did it, even though you know it's not real, it gives you a cool creep factor. And when a movie can give me that creepy factor, that's always a bonus. I always like that. So that's why I give this one a little bit of love when most people, oh, what a total piece of crap. Well, yeah, I mean, is it going to win any awards? No. But if you go in just looking for something fun to scare yourself with, and you let yourself get into the story and be immersed by the story, it's freaky. It's creepy. And the effects that are on the VHS tape that they want you to think is real, if that was real, holy shit. But it's not. I would recommend. Will Patton is the sheriff. I love Will Patton. I don't know if you guys like Will Patton, but he's one of my favorites. He's the sheriff. And one scene that really gives away how fake this is during the movie part. Will Patton shows up as the sheriff as this perfectly spherical spaceship is hovering over the house, and as soon as he gets there, it just disappears, and you could tell that it was so fake. But anyway, it was stealing one of the doctor's kids, and it just spirals on from there. It's worth a watch. I don't want to say too much more about the plot in case you're curious, but if you like alien stuff, you've never seen this one, give it a try. You just might like it because it's got that creepy factor, especially the VHS footage, even though it's fake.
Nice. I vaguely remember this one. I was almost getting it confused with the one with the kid who people thought he was being abused, but he was actually being taken by aliens and experimented on.
Oh yeah.
Can't remember.
This movie, the fourth kind, scared the hell out of my best friend's wife because we went together to see it at the theater, and she had to walk out because she was so freaked out because she didn't recognize that the people in the VHS were also actors. She bought into the whole Blair Witch, this is real footage shit, and it creeped her out to the point where we couldn't calm her down after the movie. It's like, David, from now on, leave Katie home when we're going to a horror movie, please. But it did help make yourself. It did help make it memorable. I'll put it that way. But it's a fun watch.
Nice. All right. Papa has come in here to say hello to me. Multiplicity.
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't seen that one in a long time.
Yep. So this is Michael Keaton at probably his best because he plays probably, what would you say, about 4 or 5, 6 roles in this. Because he gets laid off from work and is basically a stay-at-home dad. Therefore, or no, that's Mr. Mom. What am I thinking? He clones, figures out cloning himself, but he's still. No, I'm still thinking of Mrs. Mom. Mr. Mom.
Movies are similar.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Terrible. But well,
so from what I can remember, because it's been forever since I've watched it, he figures out how to clone himself, and each clone kind of has their own like personality. And then I think at one point, 2 of the clones decide they're going to make a copy of a copy. And then that's where, if you've ever heard the line, I like pizza, I like it a lot, that's where it's from.
Right. Because they get dumber and dumber each time they do it.
Yes. So then, like I said, making a copy of a copy makes it a not very intelligent copy.
And the wife has no idea.
Yes. It has been way too long since I've seen this one.
Likewise, obviously, I'm thinking of Mr. Mom.
for folks who may not know this, and I think a lot of folks do now, Michael Keaton didn't just start out doing serious roles and being Batman. Michael Keaton was in a lot of comedic stuff. I mean, Beetlejuice.
I think he was a stand-up comedian first too.
Yeah. So he's funnier than people give him credit for. One of my favorite movies he was ever in was called The Dream Team. But again, that was like, God, Dream Team was 89. Yeah, 1989. But like I said, this is a, yeah, like until I saw this on the list, I had actually forgotten about this movie too. But I remember when I saw it, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this one's pretty damn funny.
Oh, like, this is hilarious. But like you said, it's been a while since I watched it.
That's okay, folks. Like I said, we it's not like we sat here the entire week rewatching everything. These are just kind of off the top of the head things.
Right, most of them.
Yeah.
Or half of them. Some of
So
these I watched so many times I don't even need to rewatch them.
Yeah. Yeah. So good movie, folks. Honestly, give it a shot if you've never seen it. It's Michael Keaton kind of doing the Eddie Murphy thing, except he's just all Michael Keaton with different
Right, without the
personalities.
prosthetics.
Prosthetics.
Just costumes.
Yeah. So I want to say there's a really dumb one. There's the very sensitive one. And then there's like the macho one.
Right.
I think those are three that I remember. But it's a funny movie, folks. You should definitely check it out if you haven't. All right, I think the next one is mine. Yep. Boy Kills World. This one I think flew under so many people's radars. Or they just saw Bill Skarsgård and they were like, I'm getting kind of tired of him already. Which you shouldn't, because this movie is great. You know, there's a lot of people that they want original movies from Hollywood. They don't just want rehashes or reboots or, you know, even superhero movies. Some people are getting tired of. This one to me was pretty original. This is about a kid who his family is killed by this very affluent family, and he's taken in and trained by this stranger who hates this family as well. Trains his whole life. Well, ever since his family was killed in front of him, he's been mute. The only voice that he has or that you hear is from the last video game he played, which the voice is H. John Benjamin. Now, if you don't know H. John Benjamin, folks, he doesn't really do he's a voice actor who does no other voice than his own. If you've watched Archer or Family Guy, you have heard this man's voice. He's the voice of Archer. He was also in, because we were kind of talking about it earlier, some Arby's commercials. So he's one of those, if you heard the voice, you'd know who I was talking about. But he is the inner monologue, and basically that's how we hear the story. This is wild action through and through. There's a Bob's Burgers, thank you. He's Bob at Bob's Burgers. This is wild action flick through and through. There's some twists in it, but for the most part, this is just this dude killing everybody to get to this family. And talking about Boy Kills World.
Oh, okay.
And there's a little bit of a twist in it. And I won't spoil it for you. Yes, a twist. I won't spoil it for you, but if you're looking for a movie that's like, maybe it's close to something you've seen before, but something that's kind of out there that's not like, hey, we're doing Point Break for the 5th time, give this one a shot. I think this really flew under a lot of folks' radar. I really do. This was a fun movie. It's very violent. And it kind of it does that, leaves it open for a sequel. But more than likely, since it didn't do like gangbusters, it's probably not going to get one. But watch it. It's a real fun, just bloody action flick. Super, like, when I saw the trailer, I could not believe that people weren't talking about this more. Because I was like, this looks hilarious and violent and fun. And that's exactly what it is.
I think I was in the club of Skarsgård.
He's already been Pennywise and 8 million other things.
Right. At the time, he was in everything. You know, he was right in all those movies. And then you had him in that Castle Rock show for a minute.
Yeah.
If you check that out at all.
I heard you say it was a bloody good movie. Are you being British?
Bloody good.
Probably good.
Bloody ball as well. But yeah.
Bloody lovely.
Check this one out. It's also got
Don't be a
Jessica Ralph.
wanker.
Don't be a wanker. It's also got Jessica Ralph in it, or Roth. I can't remember how to say your name. From another honorable mention series, Happy Death Day and Happy Death Day to You. Love those movies.
Me too.
So I think Ed's right in time.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
This movie gets so much undeserved hate from people because it doesn't have Michael Myers in it. This movie, as a standalone Halloween movie, is a great movie and a fun movie to watch. And what a lot of people don't realize is that this was supposed to be Halloween 2. Halloween was originally supposed to be an anthology series where John Carpenter was going to write a different Halloween story for each year. But Halloween did so well with Michael Myers that the people above demanded a sequel. And John Carpenter didn't want to do a sequel. He said the Michael story was left the way he wanted to leave it. But they demanded he do one. So he's like, fine, I will do one. But then we're going to go back to the original idea of doing a different Halloween story. So we got Halloween 2, which also did great at the theater. So when Halloween 3 came out, everybody was like, where's Michael Myers? Where's Michael Myers? Where's Michael Myers? And they didn't even want to give this movie a chance. And for that reason, this movie gets a lot of hate. If it was just a standalone movie called Season of the Witch, I bet you it would be much hotter than it is. But even as is, it's still what they call a cult classic that has a cult following of nerds like me that love this movie. And I don't care what anybody says, I love this movie. So basically what it's about are these witches come over from another dimension and they want to kill off our children. So they sell these cursed Halloween masks. And on Halloween night, when a certain commercial comes on, the masks kill the children. They basically just disintegrate their head, and bugs and snakes crawl out of their mouth holes and stuff, and it kills them. And that's the premise behind it. And it's got Tom Atkins, who, if you know John Carpenter, Tom Atkins is in a lot of John Carpenter movies. He's in The Fog. He's, you guys know Tom Atkins?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I love him. He's the star of this movie.
Yeah.
And he's the one that ends up chasing them down and discovering the secret and finding out what their plan is. And the movie ends with the commercial launching, and he wasn't able to stop them from distributing the masks. And that's where you get that happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. And that is playing as he's screaming and pounding on the TV. No, stop it, no. And that's the way it ends. And it was a brilliant ending because you don't know how many people died. You don't know what happened afterwards. And that's the way John Carpenter wanted to leave Halloween. And because there was no Michael Myers, this movie tanked. It absolutely bombed. It got no love from anyone because they all wanted Michael Myers. And it's at this point where Carpenter said, I'm done. I'm not doing any more of these movies. I'm not doing more Michael Myers. If you want to keep doing them, you have my blessing, rock on. But this isn't what I signed up for. And my biggest regret, other than this movie getting so much hate, is what else did we miss out on by not getting this anthology series? Because there was supposed to be like 5 of them. What brilliant Halloween movies did we miss out on because people in suits demanded more Michael Myers? And honestly, what they did to Michael Myers after Halloween 2, I hate what they did to Michael Myers after Halloween 2. Until Halloween 2018, which I take Halloween, the original, and then I skip to Halloween 2018, and that's the entire Michael Myers story for me. I ignore all the rest, especially those god-awful Rob Zombie ones that I hate with every square inch of my being. But back to Halloween 3. Don't expect Michael Myers. It has nothing to do with Michael Myers, although Michael Myers is in the movie. Because when they're in the factory, playing on the TV, clever enough, is Halloween, where Michael's walking across the yard. So those folks that say Michael Myers isn't in this movie, you're wrong. He's in it for about a half a second on the TV with no volume. But give this movie an honest watch someday. When you get over the hate, take a deep breath, and just watch it and pretend it's called Season of the Witch. Forget it's got Halloween in it if it bothers you that bad. Because it's a fun watch, and it's a solid Halloween movie.
161 days till Halloween.
Halloween.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, when I didn't go out trick or treating with friends, and it was just a stay in the house kind of thing, my mom would take me to the video store and let me rent a scary movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'd make like candy apples and stuff when I used to be able to eat stuff like that. And I'd sit there, watch my horror movie, and eat candy apples and other junk food until I got sick. And I got this one. And as a kid, was I disappointed? A little bit. I was. No worse though when I grabbed the one of the Friday the 13th movies that ended up not being Jason. But I still enjoyed both of those movies. I was, it was weird to me though. I understand. I didn't know about the anthology thing till many years later. So seeing this and it going Halloween 1, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, but nothing to do really with Michael Myers was just it was jarring. Outside of that though, I enjoy this movie. And I kind of just consider it Season of the Witch. Like it's a Halloween movie because it's in that franchise, but really it's about the witches. It has nothing to do with Michael Myers. And once I get past that, I enjoy it. And yes, Tom Atkins is awesome. I love that guy.
Yep, me too.
But I enjoy this movie. Do I like this as much as like the first Halloween movie? No.
Oh, me either. There's no movie as good as the first Halloween movie.
But again, it's if you take the title off of there and you just think of it as another horror movie with witches or whatever, it's pretty solid. It's a pretty solid movie. Like I enjoy it, and the bugs and stuff with the masks always gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Mm-hmm.
But
what might have helped, hindsight being 2020, is if they'd have called Halloween The Shape. Call it Halloween The Shape. Then they could have done Halloween 2, Season of the Witch. But they made them do that sequel.
Yep.
But when they just called it Halloween and it was about Michael and the people in suits, had they not make him do Halloween 2, I don't know if it would have got as much hate. It may have, because people were already obsessed with Michael, but who knows?
Hey, what's up, Metal Elf? Good to see you, boss. I got a whole bunch of honorable mentions to go along with the witch theme. Superstition. Superstition was a movie from 1982, like a ghost witch or something. Check that movie out if you got a way to watch it. That movie has a scene that has been burned in my brain for the last 30-something years of my life. And it's about this family that gets this farm. It's like a farmhouse or something. That a witch was hung on the property and then drowned or something like that. I don't remember the whole story there, but what I remember specifically is they have contractors working on the inside of this house, and a priest comes in to bless the house or something. Well, while one of the contractors is working, he has a circular saw. The blade shoots off the circular saw, hits the ground, rolls, pops up into the priest's chest, and knocks him down into a chair and digs all the way through him throughout the back of the chair. This was 1982. this movie came out. I think I watched it when I was about 6 or 7, maybe. Burned in my brain for the rest of my life. I remember that scene specifically. Before I forgot the name of the movie for the longest time and had to search with that scene alone. And when I found it, I make sure I got me a copy of it. So if you've never seen Superstition, it might go under a different name as well, but I know it is Superstition. Check that out, because for being a 1980s movie about a witch ghost or something, weird premise, but solid horror movie.
What was it called again?
Superstition. It's from 1982.
I think I might have seen it. I'll write that down though.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there. It's a weird movie, but I just remember some of the kills were pretty graphic for burned into my brain. All right, let's see what's the next one. Is it me? Kind of, but it's more Nope.
Funny Farm. This is one of the, I guess I would say, lesser known, because it seems like a lot of people I bring it up to have never seen it. Funny Farm, where is he inherited, or are they just moving out there just for the quiet? I can't remember. Well, he moves out into the country with his wife, and they wind up getting in pretty tight with the community and all that out there. They have a dispute with the mailman, to where the mailman basically never stops to drop off the mail. He just chucks it from the car, and just laughs as he goes. So each time it turns into like a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner moment, where he's trying to stop the mailman, get him to quit from driving by and losing all the mail, and he also wants to have a talk with him, but can never get him to stop. So each time it shows that dispute, it progresses to worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. But obviously never wins. But then he also has a dog that runs away, and then that inspires his wife to get him another dog that doesn't do anything, called Yellow Dog. And dog just sits there on the porch. I don't think that dog ever, they must have given that dog sleeping pills or something for this movie. But it's just a really, really good movie. And just all the antics that he runs into with each of the characters in the community is just yeah.
I don't know how, but I've never heard of this one.
Mr. Lamb Fries.
It's a good one.
I'm gonna have to check it out because I love Chevy's movies.
Gotta say that was my favorite part of the movie. Just call me Mr. Lamb Fries. Hey, if you watch the movie, folks.
Yeah, we won't spoil it for Eddie.
We won't spoil it.
Yeah, like Eddie's gonna remember tomorrow to watch it.
I'll just send you the list.
There you go.
I'll just send you the list. Yeah, I have this movie on VHS. No idea where it's at, but yeah, this movie was Chevy Chase back in those days. Just him and Bill Murray and all them. Just trust me.
Was this Lampoons?
Was
this Lampoons, or was this a standalone? I couldn't remember if this is National Lampoons or not.
It doesn't say Lampoon on the box cover, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I was looking everywhere on it, but it looks like a Warner Brothers movie. So, sorry.
No, you're good.
You're good.
You're gonna notice that this is one of 3 Chevy Chase movies that is on this list.
Yeah.
But Funny Farm, super underrated. It almost reminded me of Money Pit a little bit. Like the two movies are kind of similar. But yeah, good Chevy Chase movie. I don't know if I couldn't remember if I was able to get to this one last week. But in case I wasn't, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, y'all. Again, the thing I didn't know was a comic. I didn't know this was a comic character one bit. I saw the trailer, thought the trailer looked cool. So one night, many, many, many years ago, Jenna and I went to a Redbox and we rented this. I got through about 10 minutes of this movie and I told her, when we're done with this, we're going to Walmart and we're buying it. And the second we were done with this, that's exactly what we did. We went to the Redbox, we returned it, and I bought it. I love this movie. It's so ridiculous. The part that got me the most was Scott's in his apartment that he shares with his friend. And he goes to take a leak, and there's a pee bar that shows up above him. I don't know why. That and just some of the video game-esque things that happen in this movie are fantastic. The cast is phenomenal. Brandon Routh is in this as one of the evil exes. He's like a super vegan. It's
Chris
got
Evans
Super
too, right?
vegan.
yeah.
That's awesome.
It's so,
I thought that third guy up there, I'm like, is that Superman?
yeah.
Was this before or after Superman?
This was after.
Oh, okay.
Chris Evans too.
Yep.
Captain America.
Chris Evans, Brie Larson.
And what's her name?
Jason-
next to him?
There's Jason Schwartzman.
Is that Chris Evans with the eyebrows drawn on?
Mhm.
I can see it now that you say it. I would have never got that one.
Mary Beth Winstead, I think is her name. That's
Mary
Yep.
Elizabeth Winstead.
yeah, there you go. Whatever. She's married to Ewan McGregor
Yeah.
and also plays Hera in the Ahsoka show.
The dude with the glasses looks familiar too, but I can't place him.
Jason Schwartzman.
I can't place him. I know him from something.
He is also in another, what I think is underrated movie that Jenna introduced me to. It's a Christmas movie called Klaus.
hmm
He's
okay.
the voice of the main character in Klaus.
The cartoon.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not where I know him from. But I know him from something.
He's in a couple of Wes Anderson movies too, like
hmm
What was his name? I'll Google it while you're talking.
Jason Schwartzman.
Schwartz.
Yeah.
He also does a lot of background stuff too.
Yeah. But this movie
Writing,
is basically,
screenplays.
yeah, this movie is basically
Oh, that's it. Rushmore.
Yeah,
He was the
Rushmore.
lead in Rushmore. That's where I know him from. Okay.
It's a video game come to life. It really is. Like Scott earns coins. There's big battles. Basically, he's dating a high school girl. He's well out of high school, and he meets Ramona Flowers, who's Mary Elizabeth Winstead's character, and like basically falls in love with her. And in order for him to date her, he has to defeat her 7 evil exes from the League of Evil Exes. And he's in a band called Sex Bomb. And just Michael Cera's never been like a badass in my book, but he's pretty badass in this movie. Like it's super fun. It's super like underground. Like I laughed way too hard at a bunch of scenes in this movie. But if you're looking for something that's kind of out there, that's kind of really don't take it serious at all, Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And then if you have Netflix, check out Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Now it's animated in the style of the comic. And forewarning, Scott Pilgrim himself isn't in it for a lot. But they got the whole movie cast to come back to voice the characters that are in it. And I thought that was super cool because Scott Pilgrim was 2014 or something like that. And the fact that they got all those people to come back for 2010. And the fact that they got all those people to come back 14 years later to voice everybody was pretty incredible. So again, it's super fun. I got the one of the volumes from Kyle. I need to actually start reading it, but again, this is my dumb humor. I like stuff like this. I like Basketball. It's another underrated movie.
Mhm.
I
Do you like
like
Fanboys?
yes, Fanboys is
I
another good
love
one.
Fanboys. That's a good
That's
one.
the word.
There's another one, and I can't remember. It's in kind of maybe not the exact same vein. I think it's called Noobs, and that movie is about because this very close to me. That movie is about people going to a Gears of War tournament, and I think Jay Muse is in it. Jason Muse is in it, and a couple other folks. Um, Zelda Williams, Robin Williams' daughter's in it. But it's called Noobs, so that was fun. But I like all dumb humor like that. So this was like right up my alley when we watched it. It seems kind of like hipsterish, but solid movie. Edge of Tomorrow, otherwise known as Live Die Repeat. This is a great movie, no?
Yep.
Good pick.
I remember watching this for the first time, and I immediately watched it a second time, and then the third time, and which doesn't make any sense because the movie itself repeats itself a lot.
Yeah.
But you got Emily Blunt, Tom Cruise, Bill Paxton's in it.
Oh yeah.
Can't remember the older guy from Braveheart. Be on it all day. I think it's his buddy. Yeah. But anyways, he plays a general, small part. Not even really worth. I've probably spent more time talking about than the part is in the movie. But
Brendan Gleeson.
there you go. So he sends him. He's trying to. He starts off as a recruiter, basically. Tom Cruise is, and he's trying to get everybody to join up. So he's running this idea past the general, and he's like, "Oh, it sounds great. When can you start?" And he goes, "Well, we should get this start going right now." He's like, and he winds up sending him off into it because there's a big dispute between the two of them. He thinks he's not going to go to the front lines at all, and then they basically knock him out and put him on a plane to go start boot camp, basically. Even though he's already a decorated captain or something, I think he's in the Air Force, but winds up going to boot camp to be on the front lines in infantry because there's an alien invasion going on, and it's worldwide, and it's just decimating and just spreading all these different aliens around, but they're calling them mimics, because there's so many of them, and it just seems like they cannot win in a battle with them until you wind up getting Tom Cruise in a battle, and he takes out one of these gigantic beings, one of the bigger aliens to it that they haven't really seen, and dies, essentially gets melted by the acid blood as he takes out this big giant alien. And then after he dies, he wakes up starting boot camp right over again, right where he got kicked and woke up from, the first office scene and all that stuff. So now it's confusion of what the hell's going on. Why are we starting off here? And he's in the same boat because he just thought he died. And then the movie just carries on from there, over and over and over, him trying to get it right. And it is funny. Don't get me wrong. There is definitely a comedic aspect to it. And I was checked out with Tom Cruise movies for a long time, but this one got me back on board to go, okay, I'll go back in and watch her shit.
Yeah.
And Emily Blunt in here is a minx. And
the thing is, so Tom Cruise's character, like Nope said, is just a recruiter. He's never actually been in the field at all.
Right.
It just feels like it's a position of, I got a name, but I haven't really done a whole lot war-wise.
And I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah. So he, like Nope was saying, he does something I can't remember, but he pisses off Gleason's character, his general.
Yeah, it's not even a huge thing either. It's something minimal, but he basically proves to him that he's not needed anymore, essentially. And so he's like, all right, well, you can go ahead and go start and do that. And I think he gives him an offer to basically kind of sidestep into a maybe more of an officer role. But because he says, no, I'm not doing that, I'm just leaving. Because he's American talking to I believe he's a British general, right?
I think so.
But it winds up being a UN thing to where the country lines really don't fucking matter in this situation. So,
yeah.
And then he gets smart. He's like, okay, well, you don't think you're going? Well, here you go. You can start at the bottom.
And what they do, they end up kind of wiping all his information because he tells the people to look him up and they can't find anything on him. So they basically like blacklisted him and deleted his info. So nobody knows who he actually is. Yeah, all his credentials. So nobody knows that he's who he says he is. So yeah, this
or they don't care.
That too. It could be, pompous asshole.
I kind of I took it as his papers said, don't believe anything this fucker says.
Yeah. But again, this is a fantastic movie. It's so good. Again, it was originally, I think it's one of those things where it was originally going to be called Edge of Tomorrow. Then they were going to call it Live, Die, Repeat. And then they went back to the original title of Edge of Tomorrow or vice versa. I can't remember exactly, but it was going to have two different titles. And then they went back and forth on what they were going to call it. Solid.
Well, I think that was the tagline at first, the Live, Die, Repeat. And then I think people confused that for the title of the movie or something.
It could have been. It was
because they did switch it to that other naming, but I think after the confusion.
Yeah, there you go.
But
yeah, solid movie. There's some parts in there, since he every time he dies it resets. Funny stuff happens just because of that. So parts with Emily Blunt training him is just hilarious.
Dude, the one part where he rolls out or is trying to roll underneath that Humvee and he doesn't get it right. And that yelp that dude, I laugh so hard every time.
Yeah.
Because if you're not a Tom Cruise fan, this movie might be for you too. Because if you enjoy seeing Tom Cruise get the shit kicked out of him or die, it happens plenty in this movie, and he does all his own stunts.
Yeah.
So,
Ed, have you ever seen this one?
I think so.
Okay.
From what you guys are saying, it sounds familiar.
It's good.
Do they live up in a big tower and they're married or something? And he has to go out in the desert looking for probes and stuff?
That's Oblivion. Yeah. Oblivion.
Okay. Then no, I don't think I've seen this one. But him dying every time he goes out, that rang a bell. So
I think he's a clone in that movie.
Oh, is that what it is?
Something like that.
Yeah, that's another one that's been a long time since I've seen, but I know which one you're talking about there.
Yeah, it's confusing though.
Yeah. But yeah, super solid pick. I love this movie. Should have had a sequel or something by now.
Right.
All right, man. Come
Here
on.
we go.
Come on, Ed.
70s goodness right here. Now, have either of you guys seen this?
Forever, man. Forever.
Okay. Well, I don't want to give away too many spoilers because I've been trying to talk Nope into watching these. But this was my introduction to Clint Eastwood at the drive-in. And I didn't know he did Westerns until way, way later. Because I knew Clint Eastwood as Philo Beto, which is one of the coolest names ever. I don't know how to spell it. You can look it up. But Philo Beto. And he has basically a vehicle junkyard that he runs with a tow truck and all that. And he lives in a trailer with his mom, who was played by Ruth Gordon. if anybody even knows who Ruth Gordon is, because she was like 90 then, so I'm sure she's long gone now. And his brother was played by Jeffrey Lewis, which you might not know him by name, but if you saw his face, you'd know him because he was in everything in the 80s, from the A-Team to Knight Rider to you name it, and he made an appearance.
Double
He was
Impact
awesome.
with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh, yeah, he was in that too.
I know who Jeffrey Lewis is.
Yep. Anyways, they're rednecks or whatever you want to call it. They drink beer at 10 in the morning. They live in the trailer. And to pay the bills when things get behind, Clint Eastwood, who I'm just going to start calling Philo Beto, Philo fights for money. They arrange these fights. His brother Jeffrey will go out and find somebody willing to fight him, and then they get a horde of people around to bet on who's going to win. Sound familiar? Because Lionheart totally stole that. But anyways, and that's how he makes his extra money. Well, he's made quite a name for himself as a fighter. But there's this big time fighter that everybody in this circuit or circle of people knows about, called Tank Murdoch. And people worship Tank Murdoch. And Philo's never met Tank Murdoch. He knows about him. He's legendary. There's like rumors about how he beat up 8 people at one time and all these, and they build him up all through the movie. Well, so they decide to try to get a hookup with him and Tank. But in the meantime, Clint finds Sandra Locke. If you know Sandra Locke, she's in a bunch of Clint Eastwood's movies in the 70s. Another really good one, oh, I can't think of the name of it now, but it's where they cover a bus, The Gauntlet. They cover a bus full of like metal and they have to drive through a town with people shooting at them. But anyway, he finds her singing in a bar and he, quote unquote, falls in love with her, like happens overnight all the time in movies. But she's really a hustler and she sneaks out on him. So he keeps following her and finding her, which when I was a kid, I didn't think too much of it, but a little bit older, I was like, Philo, you're kind of being a putz here. What are you doing? Quit following this worthless hoe who's just using you for money. But anyway, she finally ends up telling him what she is and says, I wish you would just go away and leave me alone, and smacks him across the face and calls him a loser. And that's the last you see of her. And then it comes down, they finally have the fight between Philo and Tank. And that's all anybody can talk about. And everybody's like, Tank, Tank, Tank. And they've got shirts of him and hats of him and all kinds of stuff. And I don't know if I want to go any farther because I don't want to ruin anything for Nope. But this whole movie builds up to this fight. Okay. And I'll just leave it at that. It's a lot of fun. He has a pet orangutan called Clyde, who, whenever they want a vehicle disassembled, he'll say, Clyde, strip the caddy. And he just goes over and rips all the parts off the caddy. And some guy came to their house causing trouble, and he was driving a Lincoln. And he's like, get the hell out of my house. And he like punched him and shit. And the guy's still being a dick, and he's threatening to come back. And he's like, Clyde, Lincoln. Trash the Lincoln. And the guy's in the car and he starts ripping pieces of the car apart and throwing it. The guy's trying to start the damn car. It's got all kinds of comedy like that in it. Clyde makes the movie. Now, Every Which Way But Loose, it's a slow burn. You got to hang in there because they introduce all the characters to you. And then it kind of ends in a way you're not expecting. But that's only because they were building up to a sequel that was going to be immediately released, where this one was called Every Which Way But Loose. The next one was called Any Which Way You Can.
And before you get into this,
I
just have to say, I know Sandra from Outlaw Josie Wales.
Yep, she was in that too. Yep. She was. I think they were a couple at one time, but I don't want to say that for sure. Because she's in at least 6 or 7 of his movies. But another one of my favorite non-Westerns was that one that I mentioned. It's called The Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And I love that movie.
So moving right along to Any Which Way You Can.
Oh, okay. You got that one next. Good. So Any Which Way You Can picks right up where Every Which Way But Loose left off. Same people, same groups of people, and but now
Same
they're
monkey.
people. Pardon me.
Same monkey.
Yes, Clyde is still there. Smart ass. Now you made me lose my train of thought. Why are you going to do that stuff, man? Behave yourself.
I'm
So,
bored.
anyways, so these people who make big, super huge money, we're talking like multi-millionaires, like your Elon Musk's would be now, are doing these fighting rings out west. And they have this super champ called Jack Wilson that nobody can beat. And he makes them millions and millions. Well, somehow Philo, I don't remember it off the top of my head how Philo's name gets to him, but they get a hold of Philo's name and they send people out to see if he would be willing to fight this guy. And the prize for fighting him was going to be something like $100,000, which back in the 70s, that's equal to like a couple mil now. And that would save their towing business and save the house and all this stuff. Because remember, they're living like white trash. And he agrees to do the fight. But then he finds Sandra again. And this time she's like, I've always loved you. I just didn't blah, 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 puke, whatever. So they become a couple. And between her and Ruth Gordon, they talk Clint Eastwood into retiring from fighting anymore because they don't want him getting hurt. They don't want him getting killed. They don't want this Jack Wilson guy to kill him, to hurt him or anything like that. So he retires and he calls the guys to come back and get their money because they gave him a down payment. And they're like, we're not accepting your money. You already took the bets. We got millions of bets being placed. You took the money. He's like, I'm giving you the money back. I don't have your money. You have your money. And he's like, this isn't acceptable. You're gonna hear back from us. And they were driving a limo. So what do you think Clint does? Clyde stripped the limo. And the same thing happens. Clyde starts ripping the limo apart, and the guys are like, we're getting the hell out of here. And they leave. And there's a part that I kind of left out. There's a biker gang that is bugging him in both movies. And in both of the movies, they are some of the best comedic relief because they're a bunch of doofuses that can't beat anybody, but they think they're a big badass biker gang. And they're constantly after Philo because he's known as a badass, so they want to kick Philo's ass. And they never have any luck. And one of the best scenes is they're chasing him. There's like 20 guys on bikes chasing him in his truck. And he makes a hard turn and they don't see it. And they drive over this hill and there's a tar machine running, retarring the road. And they drive under it and they're covered in tar. And now they can't move because the tar is hardening. So they have to go to the hospital and get it ripped off. So they have no eyebrows, no hair. And they're wearing all these different colored wigs now for the rest of the movie, still trying to be a biker gang. And it's hilarious. You're either going to love it or hate it. So anyway, he agrees to, or no, he gave the money back. They rip the car. They come back and they kidnap Sandra Locke. They say, you ever want to see her alive again? You're going to come do this fight. We've got millions on the line. He's like, fine, I'll come do your fight. So they go out there, and on his way out there, he's out training. He runs into this guy, mind if I train with you? And it comes out to be this Jack Wilson guy that he's supposed to fight. And they form a friendship while they're jogging and working out together because they have a mutual respect for each other. And they decide that if neither one of them shows up to the fight will be canceled. That way, neither one of them has to hurt the other. All bets would be off. They wouldn't dare come after both Philo and Jack because they'd be too afraid of him. And that's what they decide to do. And the fight gets called off. All the bets are called off. People are all pissed off because people are flying in from all over the world. And then Philo and Jack go to have a beer together. And Jack's like, we're always going to wonder who would have been the best. And Philo's like, yep, we sure will. And Jack's like, well, there's only one way to find out. Yep, I sure do. And they go into a barn and they start the fight. They start fighting each other. And they're making a racket in the barn. And these kids walk by and they look in the window. They're like, it's a fight. It's a fight. Who's fighting? Who's fighting? Well, the cops see the kids And they go up to the kids. What are you kids doing here? And they look in the window and they know who it is because they had bets on it. And they're like, oh my God, the fight's back on. The fight's back on. So they get on their CBs and they're telling everybody, the fight's back on. The fight's back on. They're fighting right now. Blah, 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 blah. And this one millionaire who was driving like a Learjet turns around on the runway and gets on the freeway with his jet. And he's driving down the road in his jet because he don't want to meet the fight or miss the fight. And the big fight goes on, and I'm not going to tell you who wins or what happens at the end because I want people to watch this movie. But it's a hell of a lot of fun. It's a great introduction to Clint Eastwood. It's a great 70s type movie. And the second movie is twice as funny and twice the action as the first one. So if you watch Every Which Way But Loose and you're like, Ed's high, I don't know what he saw in this, watch Any Which Way You Can because that's the way the story should have ended. It's supposed to be one complete story. And Any Which Way You Can is way better than Every Which Way But Loose.
Oh, wow. Rare moment when a sequel's better than the original.
Yep. Well, I don't really call it a sequel. I call it like the continuation of the story because it's the same thing. But yeah.
All right. Very cool. I think the next one is going to be... I know of this movie. I've never watched it.
Never?
Nope.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a good one. It's definitely slow, too, because it takes place almost entirely inside of a terminal of an airport. So Tom Hanks's character is basically on a his father's passed, and so he's trying to go to New York in order to, I believe, not spread his ashes, but he's got some baseball cards that he wants to get signed. That's right. He's got one more card left in his dad's baseball card collection that wasn't signed by this certain year of the Yankees, I believe. And so he's trying to go get that last signature as basically like a farewell thing for his dad. And once he gets here, he finds out that his country has kind of entered into a kind of a civil war kind of thing. So therefore, it's put on a list of no entry to the U.S. kind of thing. So while he's in the air, his green card, or not green card, but his visa kind of gets suspended. And so because he's here, he can't necessarily leave because they're not flying to his country as of right now because of the conflict going on. But he also can't go into New York because same reason. So the movie basically covers his whole stay at this terminal and learning how to work the system and make money and therefore survive in this place because he doesn't have very much money in the beginning. I think he loses it in some sort of, misunderstanding, like he leaves his bag over here and, things aren't really to be left unattended in an airport. So he gets picked up here, blah, 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 blah. And so then he's stranded and he's trying to work, these carts to try and gather all these carts to get all enough quarters in return. So he can go to the little Burger King there in the airport and actually buy a burger. Because before that, it was just crackers and ketchup and mayonnaise and mustard and sandwiches. Basically, all the free stuff that he could make for food in order to get through there. And you got Catherine Zeta-Jones, who's one of the stewardesses that winds up coming in and out throughout the thing, and he gets to know her. But she doesn't know that he's stranded there. She just thinks that he's in passing each time that they run into each other. And then they kind of have a little bit of a thing, but nothing too smoochy, mushy, whatever. But he is always at odds with Stan Tucci, his character, because he's basically the head of security at the airport, and he's the main reason why there's no leeway or any kind of, not going to let you get through here or even in, not going to let you leave, blah, blah, blah. So, and he's just not very forthcoming with any kind of solution for the guy. So he just kind of becomes this little community central pivot point that kind of, because he kind of stands up to him without actually really meaning to stand up to him. He inspires other people in the airport who just so happen to be foreigners or, ex-cons or whatever. But it's a real feel-good movie, and it's definitely, definitely funny. And just, I've been entertained for hours and hours by this movie.
So, like, legally, they can't make him leave, right? Like,
Correct.
they can't make him leave because he can't. That's
Yeah, he's stuck. His options are go out the front door and get arrested, or stay in the airport until his country reaches some sort of resolution and therefore gets deemed safe enough to return to from any airplane leaving their airport.
interesting.
Right.
Oh, I love Tom Hanks. I don't know why I've never watched this movie, but
Yeah, it's good. Very, very good. Another one of those under the radar.
yeah. Huh. Let's see. I think it's another.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I think pretty much everybody in the world knows what the Lord of the Rings is about. But you might not know that these versions are available.
Aren't
So-
those books?
I think they might have been at one point.
Oh,
But anyways, The Hobbit came out as a TV special when I was a kid. And I had already read it, and it was one of my favorite books. So when I watched it, I absolutely loved it because I was getting to see it as a cartoon. And they had some catchy songs in it. And it was a lot of fun. And then, like a year later, this was by Rankin and Bass, by the way. And then a year later, they released The Return of the King. And I'm like, well, you guys skip books. But oh well, whatever. I was a kid. What do I know? And I watched The Return of the King, and it was wonderful too. I even liked it a little bit better than the Hobbit cartoon, even though I love them both. And as a kid, I was happy. Well, when I got older and started driving and stuff and was able to rent videos and VCRs, yes, I am that old, I found this, The Lord of the Rings. And I'm like, well, what is this? And I started reading about it, and it's sorry, I'm choking. It's made by Bakshi, if you know who he is. Ralph Bakshi. He was the one that did the heavy metal stuff, and he's got a specific way of doing cartoons. Well, as a young teen, I rented this and I started watching it, and there were no catchy songs. There were no fun. It was all just straight storytelling. And they only covered the Fellowship of the Ring and the Two Towers. And I'm like, well, that's an odd place to end the movie. Well, along comes the internet several years later, and the puzzle pieces fell together. Bakshi had a contract to do 3 movies, but when the first one didn't do well, when they released it, the second 2 were canceled. And Bakshi heard that they were going to do a TV thing about The Hobbit, and he's like, well, that's fine. Let them do The Hobbit, because I heard they're going to have songs and make it kiddish-fied, and there's no kiddie songs, and there's not going to be any kiddie songs. I'm going to do my version the way Tolkien wrote it. And he did. It's very straightforward. It's very movie-like. It's not kid-like whatsoever. So if you want a different way to watch the same stories, I would watch The Hobbit by Rankin and Bass. It's only like maybe an hour long. The Lord of the Rings by Bakshi, which I think might be an hour and a half or 2 hours. And then The Return of the King. It's a fun way to watch and experience Tolkien that if you haven't done it before, you're going to appreciate.
Were these rotoscoped?
The Lord of the Rings one was, yes.
Okay, that's the one I've seen a little bit of then.
Yep.
So I remember when it gets to the orcs, it always
Yep.
creeps me out. Like,
Yep.
always.
It's very creepy. It's very dark. It's very boxy. But the Hobbit and the Return of the King are very Rankin and Bass, Rudolphy type with the songs and stuff. But they still have the monsters. But there's so many catchy songs, like when they're trying to get across Gorgoroth, and the three armies intersect, and they're singing "Where there's a whip, there's a way." That's what the orcs are singing. I had that as a ringtone whenever my sister calls me. That comes on because growing up, her and I loved that cartoon, and whenever it would come on, we would huddle in front of the TV and we'd start singing that song. But there's a lot of catchy songs in The Return of the King and The Hobbit. There's none in Lord of the Rings.
And I pulled this one just because
Gollum. That's
Gollum,
the Rankin and Bass Gollum.
Yeah.
Oh, my precious. It has it. It tricks us, precious. That's how he sounds in the cartoon. He doesn't sound anything like Andy Serkis.
My precious.
No, different Gollum.
Gives it to us.
I got my precious. Yep. That's exactly. Every time I
That's
look,
what it looks like for sure.
it looks like Ducky.
That's just before he dances off the cliff and into the lava.
Still very creepy looking.
It is.
Yeah.
But if you have never seen those three cartoons before, watch them in a row, and I think you'll have a good day.
You're gonna have a good time.
You're gonna have a good time. Speaking of good time, tell me about this one.
This is another Rankin and Bass Wizards. So this takes place many, I believe, millennia. I want to say it's like 2 million or 3 million years after we've blown ourselves to hell with atomic bombs and shit like that. So there's kind of not much life because the sun is been blotted out from all the clouds that come from that, and so there's some humans that have survived, but the ones that have been in perpetual darkness and therefore like mutated now. Yes, this is a back sheet, but so the humans that are left are all deformed and mutants and just not really recognizable, but it's also because population and everything has been down, that has allowed all the magical creatures and stuff to kind of come back, all the wizards, fairies, and all the forest creatures kind of stuff. And there's 2 wizards that wind up being born to this head elf lady, and twin brothers. One's good and one's not so good. He repels everybody around him, kind of thing. So you got the good one, his name's Avatar, and the bad one, his name is Black Wolf. And the story follows, like, the guy right here on the cover. This is Necron 99, and he's basically an assassin. And he goes around basically killing anyone who believes in magic and all that. So then we step into, and this is not for kids, by the way, because it very much will becomes one of those stories that could be confused for, like, is this heavy metal? Because there's boobs in it and everything else. Nice. And yeah, it basically follows the story of the bad brother finding and coming across a whole bunch of ancient, which would be current or slightly, old in our time. So like World War II era, you find a whole bunch of that kind of stuff from Nazis. So then they wind up doing a whole bunch of propaganda stuff. It gets real weird with all that, but otherwise it's a really good fantasy story that's not for kids, but it's definitely got a lot of humor to it. But Did I say Rankin and Bass?
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. I was like, did I have the wrong picture?
No, I think I just R&B, and then Eddie said the Rankin and Bass because there is a Bakshi one with the Lord of the Rings ones and Rankin and Bass ones, so those are mixed up. And I think it was just like my brain is not reading things right,
Understandable.
even though it's right there on the screen. Yeah, I knew, but because I was like, yeah, that's what I said. So my brain thought I said it right, but evidently not.
It's Rankin and Bakshi. There you go.
So
yeah, I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's one of them harder to find because it's not streaming anywhere. It's like you have to buy it or have had it, because that's how I had to actually see it. Because I got into Bakshi not knowing that I was getting into Bakshi, younger days watching the Cool World movie.
Oh yeah,
And that was the first time I had seen anything Ralph Bakshi and had no idea that was going on then. But then found these later on and had to buy the DVD of this, the actual physical copy, because it's not streaming anywhere and it's just real hard to find.
Well,
And
I'm
I
with
wanted
you on
something
this one.
physical, but it is so worth a watch. I want to say it's a little longer, like not necessarily an hour and a half, like maybe hour 45, 2 hour mark, but which nowadays isn't too crazy, but for an animated movie, that's long.
yeah.
Because
it's good. I'm with Nope on this one. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, and there was so much time spent into this, and this is such an original story, and I think that's why I like this one. Maybe not the most, but it's very top up there as far as the Bakshi movies and animated adult animation films and stuff, just because this one was his whole concept, to where it wasn't like, yeah, he animated Cool World, but he wasn't necessarily the creator of the Cool World concept. Or Lord of the Rings, for instance. He wasn't the creator of Tolkien stories, but this one, he created all this. And it's just
If I remember right,
So
this
funny,
was the
too.
movie that got him the contract to do Lord of the Rings. I'm almost positive.
Could very much will probably was.
Because that's more 70s goodness.
Wild time for animation back then, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and they took their animation serious back then too.
Took their
Because
time.
like he said, this isn't no kids cartoon.
Mm-mm.
And it just looks so damn realistic. I mean,
Yeah, this is another rotoscoped movie. And that process that they would, because I looked up how many frames that they would do, and I want to say that there's like 50,000 plus slides and frames for this movie, or that could just be for like an hour. But yeah, there is so much that went into this. Because there was a little documentary on the physical copy that I got. I think it was the Blu-ray that came with a little special booklet in there. But I can't remember the exact number.
between Bakshi and was it Harryhausen, they really knew how to do stuff back then. And I would take that kind of stuff over today's CG still.
You can just tell that they cared.
Yep.
To where the CG
Isn't it Ray
kinda takes
Harryhausen that did like Clash of the Titans and all those? Jason and the Argonauts, or am I thinking of the wrong person?
I am
Never
not
mind,
sure.
it don't matter.
Definitely look into this. That's one thing that I can say about physical media, at least back in the day. It doesn't feel like they do it a whole lot anymore. I like getting those booklets and being able to like. The only thing that kind of stops me, other than money, buying all of the Smallville on Blu-ray, is I have all the DVDs all the DVD sets, and all the DVD sets have booklets in them that gives you like information on all the episodes.
Cool.
I love reading stuff like that.
Cool.
Definitely
I
gonna
was
keep,
elected to lead, not to read.
unless it's something I wanted. But yeah, I've never heard of this one. I'm gonna have to dig into it.
It's worth watching.
Let's see what's next. Okay, here's another Chevy Chase movie. Nothing But Trouble. This movie is weird. It's so freaking weird. You got this town called like Volcavania that Chevy Chase is taking some of his clients, and he brings along Demi Moore, plays a lawyer, and he brings her along. Well, his clients, his clients want him to take a detour from where he's driving them to. And they end up blowing past the stop sign in this little town of Volcavania, and they get pulled over and taken before the arresting officer's great grandfather, who's like 108 years old, played by Dan Aykroyd. And the judge and his really warped family are known for getting rid of undesirables, and they don't like bankers. And they think Chevy Chase is a banker. There's the undesirables get sentenced by either death or just being locked away. But the death is this weird roller coaster. At the end, it's called the Bone Stripper. And basically, they send people, and it just like tears people apart. So the movie is about Chevy Chase and Demi Moore trying to get out of this house. And like I said, you meet all these weird characters in the family. The arresting officer was played by John Candy, who also plays his own mute twin sister. There's a cameo by Digital Underground with a very young Tupac Shakur in the group. They have some weird musical number during the court. This one, folks, is you watch it because it's funny in parts, it's terrifying in some parts, but it's just a weird freaking movie. Like, if this is one that you've never heard of or seen, look it up just for the weirdness. This was like I said, Dan Aykroyd, John Candy, I think Peter Aykroyd, Dan's brother, was in this for a cameo. Chevy Chase, Demi Moore. It's one that I think a lot of people like didn't even realize was a thing. But it's probably one of the weirdest Chevy Chase Dan Aykroyd movies that you could ever see. Like that's all I'm gonna tell you about it. Just know when you watch this movie, you're gonna be like, Jay, when did you watch this? Because you had to have been too young. And you're probably right. I was too young when I saw this, but I just remember liking it, and it was just a crazy, strange movie. So we do have quite
Never
a
heard
few.
of this one.
Yeah. I got one more Chevy Chase one a little bit later on. This one was definitely a lot of people missed it. Definitely a lot of people missed it. So folks, we still got quite a few movies to go through. So I think what we're going to do, I'm going to pop off here real fast. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. Oh, thank you, Lorena. Lorena knows it. Awesome.
Yeah, I've never heard about it until today.
That's awesome.
Wow.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back. Hang out, folks. Go get you something to drink, bathroom, smoke break, what have you. We'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you on the other side, folks. Hey, folks, thought I'd pop on while everybody's still breaking. We're going to the Bahamas. Oh, that movie, it's weird. It's so weird, but it's so fun. Like, again, it took me the longest time to realize that Tupac Shakur was in Digital Underground. So, there's a bunch of there's one that's like the sister. He's you're not supposed to. He's not supposed to see you on your special day. And one of the other people is like, special day. What is it? Halloween. And then the twins. Hey, what's going on, Thomas? They're still here. They're still here, hanging in the background. All right. Well, I think Ed is back.
Yep, I've been back for a few.
Oh, okay. There's that. The twins are.
Hey, Thomas, good to see you.
You've got a BMW. Act like it.
I do not, but I wish I did.
Yeah, talking about lines from. Yes, that Lorena. That's awesome. Like, I was beginning to think maybe I was the only person that had ever seen Nothing But Trouble. Yeah.
Oh, Nothing But Trouble. That's that wacky.
Yes.
Yeah, that really wacky one where it's like it looks like an Addams Family kind of thing, but it's not kind of thing. Yeah, I remember that. That thing was crazy.
Yeah.
Was that Chevy Chase too?
Yep.
Yeah,
Chevy
I thought
Chase,
so.
Demi Moore, Dan Aykroyd.
Is that one of them y'all did while I was gone?
Hmm?
Is that one you did while I was gone?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Awesome. It's so strange, but it's like the cast in it. Like, and I love John Candy. Always loved John Candy. Still to this day miss that man. But him being in it and then playing his mute twin sister, Eldona. Yeah.
Huh.
Let me check. Because I think, see, Nothing But Trouble. The next one is Ed.
Which one are we doing next?
Red
Scorpion?
Red Scorpion. Yes, sir. Let me.
That's a good one.
There we go. Da-doom. Tell me about this one.
A lot of people don't know this, but after Rocky IV, Dolph Lundgren actually had a nice little run of action movies that not everyone has seen. We talked about The Punisher last week, and I think we also talked a little bit about Big Trouble in Little Tokyo. Big Showdown in Little Tokyo.
There you go.
With Brandon Lee. But this is another one. And in this one, he plays a Russian again. Surprise. He's a member of the Russian Spetsnaz, or whatever they call their specialized, like their KGB, but for the army type. So he's like an assassin. And he's sent out on a mission to kill this head of a rebellion. And he's supposed to go and do that. And he's all been brainwashed and everything. But he fails to kill the leader of the rebellion. So the Russians start torturing him for failing and calling him a failure. And he's able to fight his way out of the prison and out into the desert, where he runs into some of the bush people that live out there. And he realizes after spending some time with them that they're not the bad guys, the Russians are. So he trains with the bush folk and he learns how to fight their fight. And he's able to assemble them and go and take on the Russians that have invaded their area. So in the end, he turns into a good guy. And there's some great action scenes in this movie. There's some great acting in this movie. I think Dolph is so underappreciated for his acting skills
Yes.
because of Rocky Four. They think he's just an idiot that can only say 2 words. And no, it couldn't be farther from the truth.
Dude's a genius for real.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. So if you've never seen Red Scorpion and you like action movies, this is a really good one. And if you like this one, there's more I can give you that Dolph has done.
Yes.
So check this one out. Give it a chance. It's got a fun cast. I don't know if everybody would know everybody in it, but Emmett Walsh is in it. He's an older guy that you'd know if you saw him. Al White's in it. You'd know him if you saw him, but you might not know the name. Trying to think. Some of the other things Emmett Walsh was in was Blade Runner. Did you ever see Christmas with the Cranks?
Yeah.
He's the grumpy neighbor.
Oh yeah, I know Emmett. I know.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just making sure people knew who I was talking about. And he's a journalist in this movie, and he's got the same snarky sense of humor, even though he's 30 years younger. It's such a fun movie. This is one of my, if I'm in a bad mood and just want to watch a movie to forget life for a while, this is one of my go-tos. Highly recommended if you like action movies.
Yeah. Critters, The Jerk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He passed away maybe 2 years ago now.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In fact, what is
He must have lived to be 90 then. He had to have.
88? He passed March
88.
19th of 2024.
Because I remember he was also in like Fletch, and Fletch Lives with Chevy, I think.
I think so.
I think.
Yes.
But I know him most from the Christmas with the Cranks and from this one. Because I've watched those two movies so many times. Red Scorpion. Oh, and the reason it's called Red Scorpion, spoiler, is that once he passes the Bushmen's training, they give him a tattoo with a hot stone and carve it into his arm, and it's a red scorpion. So from that point on, he's now part of their tribe, and he helps them kick the Russia's ass and save the day.
There's
Great-
a lot of
Great
honorable
action.
mentions there. Because both the Fletch movies, I really dig. And you know what? Something else I got to say about Dolph. I am so happy that they didn't just blow him off for this Masters of the Universe thing. That they
Oh, me too.
I love that they're doing videos with both the actors.
Me too.
The Spider-Man meme one was one of my favorites so far.
Yep.
But there's that. His Masters of the Universe, underrated. I love that movie.
Completely agree. The only thing I don't like about that movie is Skeletor's makeup. That's it. Everything else, I love that movie.
I got you. And I really loved his character in the first Expendables movie.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Warning shot, blows the guy in half. Whoop, little low.
Well, he got warned.
That's true.
Good to see you too, Thomas. Glad you made it, bud.
Let's see what we got next on the list here. Here's my other Chevy Chase, Modern Problems. This one is so Chevy Chase is driving behind this like nuclear waste truck, and his car gets doused in it. And much like, superhero origin stories, this gives him powers. And it's powers of telekinesis among some other ones. But the telekinesis one, that's the one that I remember the most. Because he uses it on in a couple of ways and on a couple of people. He makes this dude's nose bleed in a over-the-top way in this restaurant. Like, people are trying to use tablecloths to stop the dude's nose from bleeding. It's coming out like a rocket ship blast out of his dude's nose. There's another part where he's going to an opera and he's super bored in it, and he makes the front of the guy's leotards blow up like earlier with Baloo's pocket.
Huh.
Looks like giant balls. He basically uses this. Let me with a few notes, but definitely need this new one exactly. Um, Basically, he goes mad with power, and his I can't remember if it's his fiance girlfriend, but she calls somebody in because she thinks he's possessed. And there's a part where they draw this symbol in, I think it's chalk, and he like snorts the whole thing up. He gets really like, he pretty much goes out of his mind. This is one of those movies that if you've never heard of it, I understand. It's not fantastic by any means, again, award winning wise. But man, I love this movie. It's so dumb. It's such a dumb movie. But again, besides hearing all the stuff you hear about Chevy Chase nowadays, I was a Chevy Chase fan for the longest time. I think the guy's hilarious. Yes, I see that he's kind of a dick, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the guy knows funny. The guy has been funny for many years. Again, this is one that you'll probably have to dive for. Look at Chevy on the picture here. It's obviously 80s. But again, it feels like this is another one of those movies that I think I'm the only person on the planet that knows anything about, like I've ever seen it. There's times where I talk about it to people and they look at me like, so you had a fever dream about a bunch of Chevy Chase movies. And this is what you came up with. Nope, this movie actually exists. It really does. So
You got me on this one. I've never heard of it.
If you're just looking for a dumb movie, a dumb 80s classic, in my view at least.
Is it like a Chevy Chase version of Weird Science? Because that's kind of what the cover is giving me a vibe.
It's just because the radioactive waste gives him powers.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And like I said, much like another movie that I think flies under people's radars, because not only did it have Charles from Charles in Charge, but it had his friend, Buddy, Zapped. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Zapped.
I've never heard of it.
Scott Baio plays a college kid who makes this formula that gives him telekinetic powers. And unlike Charles in Charge, there's boobies in this movie. Him and Buddy use it to lift up skirts and pop off shirts and all kinds of craziness.
Sounds like an 80s movie.
Yep. And then, like something else that was kind of popular in the 90s, they did a sequel to it called Zapped Again, where another kid finds the formula. Like the formula gets hidden at the end of that movie. He finds it in the 90s. Super underrated movie there too. If you've never seen that one, Scott Baio and oh my goodness, I can't remember the. It'll come to me because he ended up playing like Bible Man or something.
Bible Man?
Yes. Willie Ames.
Oh, Willie Ames.
Willie Ames.
You heard the good word of our good Lord Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They
Bible Man.
Yeah. That's a real thing. I'm not making it up, folks. It's called Bible Man. But yeah. Again, this is just upper echelon of movies that I think almost nobody's heard of. But Zapped Again has nothing to do with Modern Problems, but Modern Problems, telekinesis, Chevy Chase. Give it a shot. Like if you're
Willie Ames is always on my plus list because he did Hank on the cartoon of Dungeons and Dragons.
Willie.
And I love that cartoon. Yeah, he was the voice of the main character.
Good old Willie Ames, man. I love that dude too. All right, let's see. What we got next? Now, I think we've all seen this movie, but this was Nope's pick. Nope. Take it away, man. I'm still looking for the R-rated version of this movie, by the way.
Oh yeah, to where it has all the her cussing. Oh fuck that. But yeah, so this is definitely a spoof on Star Trek, to where the main crew here, uh, it's an old TV show that, much like Star Trek, they have a federation and travel the galaxy and do all those kind of things. Well, that TV show has actually reached a far off galaxy of those guys down there at the bottom, and they have much of the technology that they had in the TV show, but it's actually real. However, once they stumble upon these people, or vice versa, these people stumble upon them outside of these Comic Cons and all that kind of stuff, they just think that they're crazy fans and cosplay that are just really taking their thing seriously. And so, therefore, they don't take it seriously. And Tim Allen, who's the Captain Kirk in this situation, goes with them just to play along with it, like, what else do I got to do? And winds up going on the ship and realizing, oh, this is actually real. Then he winds up getting a hold of the rest of the crew, and is my mic having problems?
Ooh.
What's it doing?
Sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
It could be the 3D printer in the background.
For me, it was like breaking up and crumbling, like the internet connection was going out. So I didn't know if it was me or you.
Oh. It could still be my stuff. Who knows?
But go ahead. Go on. You're good now.
So he basically gets the rest of the crew all involved now, and they all come aboard the ship and go on a quest. And the people with the technology down there are on the run from the guy up there at the top. And at first, he doesn't have the eye patch, and that's what happens during Tim Allen's first little run in. You still think it's all a game and all that kind of stuff, and tears into that guy's ship, and therefore that guy now is vengeful towards him. And it's just a great movie, and the alien characters, everybody in there is so funny. And if anybody's ever seen Dodgeball, the goofy looking chick on the Vipers,
Missy Pyle.
That's the same chick there.
Yep, Misty Pyle, underrated actress. I cannot believe she's not.
It's great.
Not bigger. And then you have
here is awesome. Like, he deserves an Oscar for this. I love Alan Rickman in this movie.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like the whole cast, fantastic. The guy on the end of the picture next to Enrico. Hey, Kat, what's going on? Good to see you and Tom here. The guy on the end was actually, I think Deadpool called him Agent Smith in the Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also, if you've ever seen The Ringer, that's Glenn.
Yeah. Yes.
Glenn Chervin.
Yes.
Well, why did it let you stay ahead of me so long?
Now, I will say that, and Rainn Wilson is in this as one of the aliens. I love Rainn.
Oh yeah.
The guy who played Tommy, unfortunately, had an accident. He's been in a wheelchair, kind of, I think, not too many years after this movie came out.
Really?
He's paralyzed from the waist down.
I had no idea.
Hi, Kat. Almost. We're getting closer every day.
But yeah, there's, like I said, Sigourney Weaver is fantastic in this. Tim Allen is great. Like, just, there's not a performance where I'm like, huh?
Sam Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell, yes. There's not a performance in this that guy Flirtman or Fleegman.
I don't remember.
something nuts like that. But yeah, this movie is so great. so great. Ed, you've seen
Tony
this, right?
Shalhoub.
Oh yes,
Tony
Tony
Shalhoub.
Shalhoub,
Dude.
yeah. Tony Shalhoub. Yeah.
It's not Star Trek Day until Hans Gruber falls out of his starship.
Mhm.
Yeah, I love this movie. I want to see the lost footage that everybody keeps talking
Right.
about.
Now, I'm not so sure how I feel about seeing any kind of nudity from Tim Allen, but if it means I
No.
get to see some more Sigourney Weaver, I'm okay.
Man, Sigourney Weaver's a blonde. Good lord.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about the nudity part. No, maybe I don't want to see it so much.
Well, I don't know if they show him, but look, there's a part in there where her shirt's ripped. Apparently, there was a sex scene beforehand.
Oh.
It was cut out in that particular cut.
Okay.
So, again, and also shout out to whoever designed the aliens in this movie, like the bad alien. Dude, that design is awesome.
Yeah.
I love how that dude looks.
It reminds me a lot of the aliens in season 3 of Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah, but solid movie, folks. If somehow you have never seen this, please find a way to watch it. It's super worth it. Let's see, what do we got next? Here's another good one, Ed.
There you go, Raina. Here's another Dolph movie. I come in peace.
Where does this take place then?
Where does it take place?
Yeah, where does this movie take place again?
I don't know. Where does it take place?
Pretty sure it's Houston, Texas.
I honestly couldn't tell you, Jay, but I'll take your word for it. Like, you can't hit me up with random trivia. What the hell? But anyway, this movie also has a second name called Dark Angel. So if you can't find I Come in Peace, look for Dark Angel. Why they released it under 2 names, I have no idea. But I have I Come in Peace on DVD. So this is a fantastic movie. It was one of my favorite movies of all time when I was in my 20s. Matthias Hughes plays this badass alien that basically what he does is he injects you with heroin. And as soon as you start getting your buzz, he shoves a blade right through your forehead and sucks out that, what's that joy chemical? I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, the chemical that gets released when you're having euphoria.
Endorphins.
So, yes. And on his world, those are sold as drugs. So he's going around siphoning and killing all these people because he's a drug dealer on his planet. And the only way he can get that drug easy is by killing humans. And Dolph plays the lieutenant in the police department. He's a detective. He goes by Jack Kane. And he has a goofy partner played by Brian Benben, if you know who he is. He's really good in this movie. But whenever Matthias Hughes meets anyone or says anything, he goes, I come in peace. And Dolph and his partner are hunting this dude down. And great action scenes, great visuals, especially for back then. And the best part of the movie is he knows he's beaten. And he still goes, I come in peace. And Dolph's like, and you go in pieces. Boom! Best part of the best line in the movie. Best way they could have possibly ended it. The dude has a flying CD that he uses as a weapon because CDs weren't like super popular back then. But I swear to God, that's what it is it's a CD. And it can fly on its own and hover on its own, kind of like from Krull, except it's just a CD. Tons of fun, tons of action, tons of explosives, tons of killing, shooting, fun. Just lose your mind and have a good time. This is a great movie to watch.
Been many years since I've seen this. That's the thing I remember the most about it, though, is the CD for the first thing.
Yeah.
The I come in peace line that he always says, and the fact that he is Houston detective Jack Kane.
That I had no clue. I couldn't remember that part.
I was like, oh,
now,
wow, a movie.
That little spitting thing on the cover, is supposed to be the CD, but there are not blades on the one.
I don't remember it. I don't remember
It
it
is
having
a
teeth.
CD.
Yeah, I don't remember it having teeth. So
No one's seen CDs yet because we're still in the late 80s. So let's make it a weapon. That's exactly what they did.
yeah,
But it kicks ass. I love it. I absolutely love this movie. I put this right up there with the Terminator as far as alien movies and enjoyability. I love this movie.
yeah, good pick, man. Good pick. Let's see. This next one. Okay, this is me, and I put it on here just because I watched this movie very recently.
Hmm.
How anybody can dislike this movie, I have no clue.
Something wrong
This
with
is
you.
my movie when I usually tell people I value everyone's opinion. Everybody's opinion is their own. It's valued. If you tell me you don't like Big Trouble in Little China, you're still, you know, you're still allowed your own opinion, no matter how wrong I think you are.
When they tell you that, you just look them right in the eye and say the check's in the mail.
Exactly. Come on. This movie is so fun and freaking out there. I love movies like this. This is so you got Kurt Russell plays Jack Burton. He's a truck driver. He's making his way through. I can't remember exactly where they are. I know it's Little China, but I can't remember exactly where. I just know that the place they're in is Little China.
What? You don't know where it is? Come on,
Yeah.
Jay. Where is it?
Yeah,
California, I think.
I don't have any idea.
possibly, but
There's
Most
little
famous
Chinas.
one.
There's little Chinas all over the place.
yeah.
Right.
And Jack is there with a buddy that he knows, and they're gambling, and he basically just mops the floor with his friend gambling, takes all his money. His friend is like, "Hey, I need a ride to go get you the rest of the money I owe you, but I need to pick up this." He's got an arranged marriage, pen pal girlfriend, something like that. And exactly, Lorena. There you go.
Yep.
And you have this this sorcerer wizard. I don't know what exactly he is, but Low Pain is his name.
James Hong.
James Young.
I
Yeah,
think it's just
James
Hong,
Hong.
not
Yeah,
Young.
it is.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a different actor.
You know, I get you.
He's my goodness, like it's hard to explain this movie to people if you've never seen it. He's basically trying to become mortal. He needs the blood.
Yeah. He doesn't want to become mortal. He wants to become immortal because he's like 300 years old, but he wants a young body.
There you go. It was something weird but in doing this, it makes him mortal for like he was kind of unkillable before.
Right.
But if he goes through this blood transfusion thing, it makes him killable. That's the part that I remember.
When I try to explain this movie to people, I say picture Escape from New York mixed with Street Fighter.
Yes.
Because that's the only way I can. Because you got the electric guy that looks just like the guy from Street Fighter, and those other two dudes that are the protectors or whatever. And that freaking monster is so sweet looking. I love that suit.
Yeah, the eyeball monster. But anyway, they're going to pick up his friend's girlfriend, bride to be or whatever, and she gets kidnapped. Well, they've noticed that other women around this town have been taken, and the thing is, they all have green eyes. They meet up with Kim Cattrall. Kim Cattrall also has green eyes.
Honeywell.
Is that her name?
That's her name in Porky's.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ow, ow, ow.
You mean Lassie? Why you keep calling her Lassie?
Why do they call Miss Honeywell Lassie?
Yeah.
Oh,
She ends up getting taken as well. So Lopan is basically like, ooh, two girls with green eyes. The two of you will. There's going to be some trials to see which one that he marries. He's going to I think he transfers his power to them and then takes their blood in order to complete the process. And it's basically Kurt Russell getting together a whole bunch of people. There's like rival gangs that decide to work with them, and oh my goodness, he's from Victor Wong. Victor Wong from Tremors fame has a little bit of magic about him, right? So he gives them this potion to drink. He's got all these little not bombs, but he's got all these little I can't remember. I don't know what they're called. Just all these little potions and things he brings with him during this fight. And I'm not going to spoil anything else after that. Just know if you're confused by how I tried to describe the movie, you'll probably be confused. You're okay. You'll probably be confused watching the movie for a little bit. It might take you another time or two. This movie's crazy, folks.
it's a lot of fun though.
It's a lot of fun. Kurt
The
Russell,
craziest part of
so
this
great.
movie for me was when the one dude just starts swelling up
Yeah.
and keeps swelling until he pops. I'm like, what the hell just happened?
If you've never seen the movie, folks, you've probably seen the memes.
Oh, for you had to have.
Yeah.
Remember on a dark and stormy night, old Jack Burton. I don't remember the whole speech. I used to.
Just again, folks, if you're not into if you're wanting something to just watch because it's a fun movie to watch and a lot of it makes no sense and it's just crazy and out there and feels like a ton of different genres kind of blended together, this is the movie for you. I love this movie. I've loved it since I was a kid. There's two different monsters in here that I really like, but we only see one for more than a few seconds. That's the eyeball monster.
Mm-hmm.
I love the eyeball monster. It's like the seeing eye of Lopan.
Yeah.
And then there's the big monster that you only see for 2 seconds.
And he's on Jack's truck at the end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you watch the end of the movie. So yeah, if you've never seen this one, folks, again, I explained this movie horribly, but even just watching it, it's hard to explain what the movie is. So
Street Fighter mixed with Ghostbusters mixed with Escape from New York.
see, if you're thinking Lightning Guy, it's more Mortal Kombat. He looks like Raiden.
Okay, right. That's what I meant then. Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because their names were Thunder, Lightning, and Rain.
Yeah.
Were the three warriors. And yeah, it's crazy. And then Thunder, the big strong guy, he just explodes, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a rumble of thunder.
Yeah. What? Super fun movie, folks. If you never checked this out, it's maybe not as weird as Nothing But Trouble, but definitely kind of up there. But it's a classic. And it's also a John Carpenter movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So just put it on the list because I had recently watched it. Speaking of Kurt Russell,
yes! I love this movie. I forgot all about it.
Yep.
Who's this one?
Tango and Cash. Yeah, so this basically, you have two detectives, Tango and Cash, who are investigating a big mob boss, big crime guy. And in the process, they wind up getting railroaded by the system, by some of their colleagues and all that, and they get thrown in prison. So the whole rest of the movie is them breaking out of prison and then proceeding to take down the big mob guy and all that. But they don't know each other before they go into prison. That's when they meet each other, figure out that they're both detectives after the same guy, and then they band together and make it a team effort to break out and then go after the guy afterwards. But this is just straight 80s goodness, action, everything, with mixed in like a little bit of James Bondishness going on, because they got that little, like Q going in to get all those new weapons and stuff. There's a point in time where they go in and get all refreshed up with all new laser sights and all kinds of new gadgets and trucks and shit like that. But I used to watch this so much as a kid.
Hell yeah. Sylvester Stallone's got some great lines in that movie too.
Mm-hmm.
Rambo's a pussy. I love that when he says that.
See, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I remember that they were both like best detectives of their.
Yep, they were the best, and they were the both shots, and both had the most arrests, and they were competing against each other for like best cop.
Okay.
Yep.
So they knew
And then
each other before they went to.
They knew each other, but
Yeah.
they weren't friends.
Right. They weren't friends. They competed against each other. They did not like each other.
Right.
And then
They get framed.
Cash starts dating Tango's sister, and
Yes,
that goes over.
yeah.
Isn't it Terry Hatcher? Terry Hatcher, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. They're
Mhm.
real and they're spectacular. Yes.
Yes.
Isn't
He gives Cash a little handgun. He's like, "Why is yours bigger than mine?" Genetics, Pee-wee. He has such great lines. Stallone has great lines in that movie. I love this movie.
isn't the guy with like the chin? Isn't he in this movie too?
Who?
The chin. It's where he's got the scar going across his chin.
Oh, it's Robert. I'm telling you, he played like Maniac Cop. He's just got this weird chin. Robert Zadar. If you saw a picture of him, you'd be like, "Nah, that guy's not real."
Famous bad guy.
Yeah,
Yes.
he just has this chin that almost looks like Stan Smith from American Dad, but on a real person.
Yeah.
Jack Palance?
No, not Jack Palance.
Because he's in it.
I think his
I'm
name's
just
like
trying
Robert-
to think of who's in. Oh, Robert Zadar. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. He's
Yeah.
got like a super huge, wide face. Like it looks like he's wearing a fake mouth. or
Yes.
jaw.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
His name was Face in that movie, I think. I think they called him the Face in that movie.
That is actually hilarious.
And Jack Palance was the big bad guy, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Jack Palance.
You know,
Love that dude too. Yeah, this was a fun movie.
James Hunt's in this one too.
The guy I was talking
Yeah.
about from Every Which Way But Loose is in it too. Jeffrey Lewis is in that movie, if I remember right. I think that's another one he's in.
There's a lot of oh my goodness. Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. Now I'm looking through the cast list and I'm looking and I'm just like,
Oh, I bet you there's tons of names that we forgot.
this
Brian
person?
James.
Brian James. Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Clint Howard.
Oh, yep.
Michael
You know,
Pollard.
I was telling this to Nope the other day. When I was a kid, I thought Clint Howard was the guy that played Chala on Land of the Lost because I thought he looked like the little monkey guy. Michael Jeter's in this movie. That's a good movie. That's a good pick, Paul. Or the big pick, Paul. Good pick. Nope. That's what I meant to say. Good Paul.
Ooh. I forgot. Roxanne Kernohan. If you've seen Critters 2, you know who she is.
Oh, yeah. We know who they are.
Yeah.
She is.
I also noticed that for this picture, it's the German cover, so it makes it that much funnier trying to read it. Because I was going to read the tagline on it. And I was
I
like,
didn't even notice.
I was like,
Oh, do it. Do it. Go ahead. Read it.
Die zwei besten Cops von LA. Melissa. Holy crap, not even going to try that. Zamana Und wen es sie in Bring. Say it with confidence.
It with confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, good pick, man. I love this movie. I wish Stallone and Kurt Russell would have done some more movies together.
If you'd like me to translate, since I'm fluent in German,
Please
it's
do.
two of LA's top rival cops have to work together, even if it kills them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I knew Die was 2.
Weinstickle.
Now-
Weinstickle your pickle.
Oh. Now for a movie that Ed, I can't believe you and I are probably the only people that know it.
Discrepancy.
I did a whole video on this on the Weird Dopes channel. So if you guys are really interested in this movie, please go check out our channel. I did a good 2-3 minute video on this movie because I love it so much. If you like Al Bundy, you're going to love this movie because this movie is basically Al Bundy has to go pick up his girlfriend's kid from a private school and drive him home for Thanksgiving. And the kid is this highfalutin, prissy kid who like uses canned air on his keyboard and cleans his fingernails with a Q-tip, and he's all prim and proper. And Dutch is Al Bundy. I mean, he's Al Bundy. There's no other way to put it. He's playing Al Bundy in this movie. And the back and forth between them two on the ride home will have you just laughing your ass off because the kid's doing everything in the world to not go with him. And the reason he's all tied up to a hockey stick there is the kid said, "I'm not going anywhere with you." And he gives that Al Bundy grin and skips to the very next scene as he's walking out of the boys' school with him tied to that stick, carrying him out to the car. And then he just throws him in the back seat and takes off driving with him. And he's got like this underwear shoved in the kid's mouth, and he's like trying to talk, and Al's like, those underwear I put in your mouth, I have no idea if they were clean. So then the kid finally spits the underwear out. "You're in so much trouble. My dad's going to sue your working ass for blah, blah, blah." And Al's like, "Yeah, you're about as scary to me as a cloudy day, kid." And they just go back and forth, and I cannot recommend this movie enough. It's a perfect Thanksgiving movie. The entire thing is about a family reuniting for Thanksgiving. And there aren't many movies out there for Thanksgiving, folks. So give this one a try, and I think you'll put it on your... And look, it's a John Hughes film. If that doesn't say it all to Gen Xers, then nothing will.
I think one of my favorite things about this movie is that there's quite a few.
Oh, yeah.
But so during this time, Married with Children was still airing.
Yep.
So there's a Married with Children episode where they go to the video store.
Yep.
And they have a
Dutch
standee.
poster.
Yeah, there's a standee of Dutch there, but they have Al's face covered.
Yep.
That's hilarious to me. 1. 2, he has a ring. I love this ring. It's just the letter D. Love it.
Yep.
And there's a part of this where he turns the ring and punches someone in the forehead and factory resets them and just leaves this big D in the middle of their forehead. I love that part of the movie.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts. Ethan Embry as a kid was fantastic in this.
Yep.
He was exactly like Ed said. He was prissy. He was pompous. But he did have some funny lines in this as well.
He did.
Like,
The can't hardly wait guy, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah. But this movie is so underappreciated in my opinion.
This movie should be to Thanksgiving what Home Alone is to Christmas. Everybody should see this movie for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It is hilarious, and I guarantee you will like it.
Yeah, and I think this was the only starring role that Ed O'Neill had, like movie-wise. I think
I'm aware of.
Most of the time he was in the Adventures of Fairlane, but he was like a cop. He was in.
Wasn't he a car salesman? Or was he a cop?
He was a cop in that one, but he was a cop, but he used to be part of a disco band. Like that was the whole
that's
thing.
right. That's right. That's right.
And then in Wayne's World, he was just a random, the place where they eat all the time. He was just a random person, like the cook or something in that. So he didn't really have like too many starring roles until, he got to TV, which, not only Married with Children, obviously the biggest role he ever had.
Oh,
but
he
his
was in
Modern
that
Family.
one. He was in that one Disney movie where they coached little kids
Little
football.
Giants. Little
Yeah,
Giants.
Little Giants. And the other coach was the guy from Ghostbusters.
Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis. Yep.
Yep.
That's
one's
the
good.
only other movie I can think of that he was in where he
Yeah.
was like a star.
Yeah. But he had Married with Children and Modern Family.
Yep.
So,
and folks, whether you believe it or not, he's actually like the highest level black belt you can get in his form of
jiu-jitsu.
Well, yeah, I can't remember if it was jiu-jitsu or not. But
Brazilian
yeah,
jiu-jitsu.
Al Bundy could probably kick Chuck Norris's ass. Believe it or not. Who'd have thought?
Crazy, but very, very underrated actor. Super.
Oh, yeah. And hilarious.
Yeah. Let's see what we got next. Okay, this one's me. Never Back Down. This was before it became a vehicle for Michael J. White or Jai White. I always forget how you say his middle name. But Jai? Okay.
Jai.
Just Michael White sounds good.
Yeah. So want to say though, Michael Jai White, I love him. I think he should have been a much bigger star than he is. But this movie is basically Karate Kid, but for MMA. You have our main character's name's Jake. His father had recently passed. His father was a drinker, so it's alluded to that he got into an accident while drunk and died. And the movie starts out with Jake at his football game, and one of the opposing players says something about his dad to him, sets him off, and Jake just whoops this guy. Jake and his family move soon after, and they're in this probably Los Angeles, California-like area. It feels like it, at least, where the big thing is UFC training MMA. That's like a big thing. And you have this character played by Cam Gigande, I think is how you say his name. Where when I first saw the trailer, I thought this was just a nerdy guy until I watched the movie. But he's like the main antagonist of this. And Amber Heard, when I used to actually like her.
Now she's Amber Turd.
Yeah. When she wasn't crazy. She plays Cam's girlfriend, which I can't remember Cam's character name in here, but basically Jake starts off a conversation with her. She invites him to this party at Cam's house, and he goes. And Cam's like showing him around. They have different MMA fights going on. Like there's a very racial one that he says first, and then he has Battle of the Exes, where it's ex-girlfriends, boyfriends fighting each other. And then he asks Jake, "Are you ready? I saw what you did at the football game. Are you ready?" And Jake's like, "Dude, I'm not fighting you." He goes, "What the hell are you doing here?" And that's when Amber Heard walks up, and Jake is like, "Cool, this girl tricked me to come to this party to fight this guy." So Jake ends up getting goaded into it, and he's given the gloves. Well, he's got a great boxing base, but as Cam tells him while they're fighting, you got to learn to mix it up, and just starts destroying him with leg kicks. So basically beats Jake within an inch of his life. Dude's brand new. It's been filmed by people. He finds Jaimin Hansu, finds his MMA training center, and starts training with him. And it basically, like I said, it's very Karate Kid, but it's such a good movie, has an awesome soundtrack. And then later on, they became Michael Jai White movies. But the first one, to me, the other ones are good. This one, to me, is always the best. It got a lot of crap because it was, this is so 2000s, and it is. But again, I love Karate Kid. So this one being an MMA Karate Kid was super dope. Like I love this movie. So yeah, if you've never seen it, I got another MMA inspired movie on here a little bit later. I think we still have just a few more to go. But yeah, check this one out. Like soundtrack is banger. The fight scenes are great. Again, this movie was made around the height of when MMA was starting to really get popular. So there's some tropey crap in here, but overall solid movie. I watch it a lot. I really think that people should give this one a shot if they haven't. 2008, y'all. This came out in March of 2008. So
Frequency. So this is, you got Jim Caviezel there. He is a detective, and he is, I think he specializes in serial killers and all that, or at least that's what he's following for the sake of this movie and all that. And his mom wound up being a victim of a serial killer. His dad wound up passing away of, I believe, heart issues, something to that nature.
smoking, maybe.
But anyways,
was it smoking related?
yeah, I think he was a firefighter as well. Like dad was a firefighter and he was a cop. But anyways, his dad passed away when he was a kid. And anyways, they had this old CB radio and stuff that was busted. And he wound up, his dad had it put up on a shelf kind of thing. And they wind up finding this frequency on this CB radio that actually lets them talk to each other through time. So you have Jim Caviezel as an adult traveling, well, not traveling, but talking through a CB radio 30 years in the past, talking to his dad, and kind of gives him little here, there, whatever, this happened, that happened on this day kind of thing, preventative stuff, and just kind of tries to rewrite the past with his dad and his mom and all that kind of stuff to save him, essentially. And by doing one thing, you get the butterfly effect that translates into other things that happen. And so therefore their timelines run parallel once they actually make the connection. So things are changing as they're happening, but it's not like he can go back and talk to a previous time and undo something that they did or whatever. It's like as it's going, they have to try and prevent certain things. But it also takes them a little while to get through to each other to say that, you know, I am who I say I am, even though we don't really understand this, you know, why this is happening. But, you know, and he hasn't seen his dad since he was a kid. So this gives him that opportunity to reconnect with his dad and talk to him. Everything else, this is just a really, really good movie. And it's a good sci-fi movie if you look at it that way. But it's also a good mystery thriller. And like, it'll tug at your heartstrings for real.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. I think they also tried to do a TV show out of it.
There better not be no damn bridge building.
Nope. This is not a ha 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 later on.
All right.
No, this one is you'll be happy you watched this one for sure.
Would you guys agree with me when I say Dennis Quaid is so underused and underappreciated?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Everything he's in, he's great, but he never gets like that big leading role. But
And
everything I see him in, I think he just kicks ass.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think they also tried to do a TV show with basically the same concept, except it was a daughter talking to her dad.
Maybe. I know they did a straight to DVD sequel to it
Mm.
also, but you might be. I think I remember something about that.
And is that the
But I
dude
don't
that
remember
played
from it.
Jesus?
Yeah,
Correct.
I knew that name from somewhere.
Yep. Got
Okay.
struck by lightning
Yep.
while.
Yep. While doing that, while doing the
Yep.
crucifixion thing. Yep.
Twice, I think.
Mm-hmm. I've been hit 3 times, so I still got him on one. But he got to play Jesus. I didn't get to do that.
yeah, it was inspired by the film Frequency. Okay, yeah, so there was. It was a 2016 series inspired by the movie. But yeah, this one's solid. And again, there's things. It if you ever seen Looper, which I think is another underrated movie, Looper
Yeah.
doesn't make any damn sense really, but it's a good movie. And there's one of the most horrifyingly cool scenes I've ever seen in a time travel movie is in the movie Looper. And something close to it, if I remember correctly, happens in Frequency.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of Back to the Future-ish too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, more graphic, like in Looper. Not so just fade out kind of thing.
Yeah. Damn. Good pick, man. Good pick.
Yeah.
Oh, this was one of my favorite movies when I was younger.
Yeah.
This was my first exposure to Tobey Maguire. And when I heard Tobey Maguire was going to play Spider-Man, I'm like, the kid from Pleasantville? Yeah, I can see that working. So basically, Tobey Maguire is obsessed with this television show called Pleasantville. And to put it in a nutshell, it was kind of like a Brady Bunch meets Leave It to Beaver kind of world where, it was a black and white show and everybody was like, hi, darling. Hi, honey. Everything is swell today. How are you? Kind of. And, a perfect little world. And they were having a Pleasantville marathon. And he wanted to be home to watch it. Well, his sister, played by Reese Witherspoon, is kind of like this trampy hoe that is failing school and sleeps with all the guys. And she's having a guy over, so she wants to watch like MTV or something, and he wants to watch Pleasantville. And they end up breaking the remote to the TV. And I'm trying to remember who the guy was. Was it Don Knotts?
Yes.
Yep.
So Don Knotts pulls up in a van, and he's like a repairman for TVs. And he's like, well, can you fix our remote? I don't have to, kid. Just use this universal one. This will be what you need. And he hands him this remote. And they go inside, and they start arguing and fighting over the remote again. And they click a button, and all of a sudden, they're in the TV. They are in the show Pleasantville and don't know how to get out. And God dang it, Don Knotts appears to him and says, well, you wanted to be in experience Pleasantville, so I thought this is the best way to get you to experience it. But your time here is limited. And they're like, what do you mean limited? We don't want to be here. We just wanted to watch it on TV. And his sister's going apeshit because she wants nothing to do with Pleasantville. And so anyway, he's like, I'll be back later to check on you guys. You have fun and all that. Well, then the mom and dad come in, and they are Toby and Reese are actually their son and daughter, and they recognize them as being such, even though they weren't in the TV show. But they recognize them as being it, so they have to kind of play along. And everything is in black and white at this point. And then Reese starts being a naughty girl with people who aren't used to naughty girls, and starts getting kids to like make out and act like, you wouldn't act on the Brady Bunch and Leave It to Beaver, and little bits of color start popping up in the world. And
CD.
slowly but surely, as the movie progresses, more and more color, and the characters start becoming more realistic instead of, gosh, golly gee, honey, isn't this swell? They start acting like we do. And then it becomes a kind of a political statement where half of the town that hasn't participated in these naughty events are still black and white, and the people who are in color they treat as the bad colored people. So you can see how that places into society, where you had separation between colored people and people who weren't colored. So it's a pretty deep movie in that it has hidden messages that you can take from and learn from. And it's just a lot of fun. I don't know how else to explain it. If you've never seen it and you like, would not really a rom-com, it would be more like a drama comedy of sorts.
Dramedy. I'd say
Yeah,
dramedy.
dramedy, is that fair?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's an excellent movie. I would give this movie 5 stars. I can't really watch it anymore, so it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I watched it so many times prior that I remember most of it. Like, I know Paul Walker's in it. That's the first person that Reese does the and he turns color. And I know it's got William H. Macy in it, and he plays Jeff Daniels is the painter.
Yes.
Oh yeah, William H. Macy is like Father Cleaver.
Yeah.
He's Toby and Reese's dad in the show.
Yep.
And Joan Allen is the mom, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And Jeff Daniels is a painter who gets caught painting nudes, so they all like want him to be banned and thrown away. And it's that whole struggle between art and reality type thing. So there's a lot of social undertones in here that we can relate to, but they do it in such a good way that it's not offensive to anyone, and it just leaves you with stuff to think about. And then at the end, when things are all said and done, Reese doesn't want to go back to her old ways. She's actually learned how to write and read and wants to go to college and get a degree. And if I remember right, I think she stays in Pleasantville and Tobey Maguire goes home, I think. But it's been a long time since I've seen it. But it was kind of like a flip around because Toby loved it, she hated it, but then she ended up not wanting to leave it, where Toby wanted to go back home, if I remember correctly.
She ends up getting on a bus in Pleasantville at the end of that.
Yep. Oh, that's right, because there was nothing outside of Pleasantville. The entire world was Pleasantville, and now that things have colored, it's become like today's world, and she's able to go out of town to college.
Yep.
And she was flunking out of high school, and now she's going to college. So it's a great movie. It's a lot of fun, and all the names we mentioned. J.T. Walsh, who's one of my all-time favorite actors. He's been in so many good things, like A Few Good Men. He was in Miracle on 34th Street. He's Big Bob. I think he's the mayor of Pleasantville, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I love that guy. He is such a great actor. But I highly recommend this movie. If you've never seen it, check it out. Give it a watch. It's something completely different. And that's what I like about it, is that it was something different.
I want to say, I love this movie, by the way. I love this movie. I want to say, this movie, Pleasantville came out in 98. I want to say it was one of J.T. Walsh's last movies, because J.T. Walsh passed in 98.
Oh,
so I think,
yeah, could be.
Yeah, I think it was one of his last movies. The thing that I love that they did with this was like, so after she shows he's on the basketball team, he's the captain of the basketball team, and they're shooting hoops, and everyone goes in all the time, like no matter where they throw it from, they always make the goal. Well, after he has that experience with her, he misses.
You
And
know,
everybody freaks out, and the coach is like, "Don't touch it, don't touch it." And it rolls towards him. Everybody's freaking out. And it's not always like naughty stuff, because they get one person on his emotions. And that part in the movie is my favorite part, is when they get a particular person because he gets angry.
well, it's kind of hard to tell what turns him color.
Yeah.
Because the first one that turned was because he had sex with Reese.
Yeah.
And then
Like
the
depth of
mom
character.
the mom turns when she discovers she can give herself an orgasm in the bath.
Yeah.
So it's just like
It's
like
weird.
discovering your
hard.
true. It's almost like the more you discover your humanity, the more color you get. Where you're not just walking around like a robot in those old shows. You're discovering like what humanity is, so you're becoming a true human instead of just a TV character. That's kind of how I always run into it.
Yeah, because Jeff is like the soda shop owner, and the painting is like the hidden talent that he has. And
Right.
you have the scene where he does that, and that's how.
But he
Yeah.
paints her nude is why he turns color though. So there's still some naughty there.
Well, I mean, they're still naughty, but I think it's also because it's not something, he's just the soda jerk.
This is one of those movies that I always wished I could find a director's cut where they have commentary
Yeah.
to see exactly what they were getting at and what their point was. Because as it is, 20 different people can interpret it 20 different ways, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
That can be a good thing.
Yeah.
But I always wondered what exactly they were getting at. But it's a great movie.
It is. And I got to say this, Fiona Apple's cover of Across the Universe is
absolutely
fucking hauntingly beautiful.
Yes.
So
I never even heard of her before this movie. And that Across the Universe, I went out and bought her CD.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect way to end this movie. Yeah, hands down, dude. This is such a great pick. So underrated. This should be one of those movies that plays on TBS all the time.
Absolutely.
Like Four Brothers, but Pleasantville.
Ooh, Four Brothers. That's another good one.
Yeah. Okay, so this was mine. This is another before Michael Jai White and Scott Adkins took over the franchise and made it MMA movies. This was actually a prison boxing movie. Ving Rhames is the champ, known as the Iceman. I don't remember the rest of the character, like his whole character name, but he's been sent to prison on allegations or being found guilty of assault, sexual assault. Within the prison, you have Wesley Snipes. Now, this particular prison hosts illegal boxing matches that people bet on. Okay, like the prison system itself, like they have other prisoners come in, fight, stuff like that. Well, Wesley Snipes is undefeated. So I think they call him Undisputed. I think that's like his little nickname or something. But anyway, they decide there's a mob boss played by Peter Falk, Columbo.
Peter Falk.
Yeah, Peter Falk. And he decides he wants the two of these guys to fight, but it wants it to be, I think he says Queensberry rules. Where
Marcus of Queensberry?
I don't know.
Oh, no, that's an old boxing term, Marcus of Queensberry rules, which means you don't use gloves and there's really rules.
Well, that's probably close to it, except for instead of having the normal ounce size of boxing gloves, it's a lower size, like 5 or 6 ounce gloves or something like that. And rounds in when somebody's knocked down, and you have 60 seconds to get up. Like there's a bunch of rules that he makes up for it. I'm pretty sure he says Queensberry rules. But anyway, the whole premise of the movie, like it's not going to be a spoiler. You should already guess what happens. Like, come on. It's not much of a spoiler. But Wesley Snipes, kind of loses the first 2 rounds. Then he comes back and he ends up beating the champ. Now what happens though is the Iceman gets out on parole, and him and his manager are like, "This never happened. I've never been beaten. Nobody's ever beaten me." And the movie kind of ends. Like I said, it's an older movie. It's not like it's so tropey. Everybody can guess what's going to happen. So I know I'm spoiling it, but basically he wins. Iceman wins the title back, and he's talking about how he's on TV, talking about how he's undefeated. Nobody's ever beaten me. I'm the undisputed champ of the world. Meanwhile, the prison, they're watching this, and all the prisoners start chanting for Wesley Snipes, and they're basically like, "We know who the real undisputed champion is." It's a great movie. Not a movie I thought that I would be into, but when I watched it, it's definitely a good movie. Now, don't get me wrong, I like the other undisputed stuff, but like I said, it takes the focus off of boxing, and again puts it into MMA. But they're not bad. Like, especially once like Scott Adkins shows up in the second one as like the antagonist to Michael Jai White's character. But then after that, the other movies are Scott Adkins' character, Boyka. But really solid series. But to me, I'm like, I kind of wish they would have stuck to the boxing aspect of it. But again, I enjoy the other ones too. But yeah, this is a Wesley Snipes movie that a lot of people don't talk about. Usually Wesley Snipes, it's Passenger 57 or Blade or, Money Train or White Men Can't Jump, movies like that. Or
Demolition Man.
Yeah. Like, this one doesn't get talked about as much as the other ones. It's a solid movie. I think it's really good.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. London prize rules are without gloves.
Okay.
Marquess of Queensberry rules means that each round has to be 3 minutes in length. Each boxer has to wear gloves. If a boxer is knocked down, he has to get up without being assisted within 10 seconds. So it's basically today's boxing rules.
Okay. Well, maybe it was just like movie. Well, maybe it's just like movie terms.
Maybe.
Say crap and it's not the actual rules.
Yeah, it could be. But the only way I knew it is from John Wayne's The Quiet Man, because he was a boxer that killed somebody and then wanted to move back to Ireland, and somebody recognized him as the boxer. And they were all talking about Marquess at Queensberry rules. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? So I looked it up when I was a kid in an encyclopedia.
Oh.
Yeah, how about that? I'm not old at all.
Oh,
sorry, Jay.
You're cute.
This is 7 Psychopaths, and this is kind of an anthology a little bit because there is a main through story, and it kind of involves Woody Harrelson there, which is number 7. But we follow the characters number 3 and number 4, who are friends. And then Christopher Walken is actually a tag-along character to those. But it goes through, and Sam Rockwell winds up telling all these different stories to Colin Farrell's character, because I believe Colin Farrell's character's a author or a journalist or something, but he's telling him this story about all these different psychopaths and all this, and he's got this dog with him this whole time, and turns out later on that the dog winds up belonging to Woody Harrelson's character, and that's why they've been being chased this whole movie. So they're kind of just hop, skipping, and jumping all these different locations because everybody keeps trying to kill him throughout the whole movie while he's trying to tell all these different path stories. And it's this movie is so funny. It's everywhere. And Christopher Walken.
Is this
Like,
the movie
get in the
where
car.
somebody? Yeah, I was just gonna say where somebody
He's
tries
like,
to kidnap
no.
him. He's like, no. What are you gonna do?
Right. Like,
I love that song. I love that part. I wasn't sure if it was this movie or not.
yep.
I love that part.
Get in the car. No.
No.
What are you gonna do to make me get in the car? No, I'm not going.
Awesome. I've never heard of this one.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
This is a good one.
Oh,
I'm with Nope on this one.
let's definitely check that out. I think this one coming up might be my last one. No, this is Ed's. Okay, go
Pump
ahead.
up the volume. Pump up the volume. All right, this is 80s goodness. Starring Christian Slater, who is a shy kid in school who gets bullied a lot, and everybody kind of ignores him, and none of the girls want anything to do with him. And he's suicidal to a point because, he just can't stand his life anymore. But then he goes home and he makes in his basement like a ham radio that turns out that he can broadcast it and the whole town can hear him. And he becomes this character that he always wanted to be, like this high flying, like DJ type person who fuck you and fuck authority and blah, blah, blah. And the kids in the school start rallying around this guy's show, but no one knows who he is. It's his quote unquote secret identity. But everybody in the school wants to find out who this guy is and meet him because he feels like they feel and he represents them. And come to find out, the is it FCC? Yeah, Federal Communications. Find out that it's a pirate radio station and they're trying to shut it down because he's getting the kids worked up. The kids are protesting schools. The kids aren't, bowing down to authority like they used to, and they're rallying around this guy. So they're going around trying to pinpoint where he's at. Well, he's tipped off that they're doing that. So he makes a mobile rig and puts it in his Jeep and drives around and broadcasts from different locations around the area each night so that the kids can, keep hearing him and the FCC can't find him. And to make a long story short, he's finally discovered for who he is. He's finally accepted. He gets the hot chick, but he also gets arrested by the FCC for his radio station. It's a lot of fun. Seth Green's in it. If you know who Seth Green is, he's hilarious in it. It's a funny yet serious kind of show that if you like that genre of film, and by that genre of film, I'm going to put it in there with The Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, coming of age type stuff. This is a movie to watch. It's one hardly anyone I talked to has ever seen or heard of before. But I love this movie. And this was one of those ones that I found back in the day renting VCRs. Yes, I know. And it's been a favorite of mine ever since.
Nice. I've heard of it. I've never watched it.
I guarantee you would like it.
Definitely going to add that to the list. Now, I think the next one is my last one. Warrior. Another MMA-inspired movie. This is Tom Hardy and Joel Edgerton. They play estranged brothers. Nick Nolte plays their father. Tom is the younger brother who is also in the military and gets out. I think he goes AWOL. Gets out, comes home. First thing he does is find his dad. Now, he's not there to reconcile with his dad. He's learned of a $5 million MMA tournament. He wants his dad to train him. He's estranged from his dad. because his dad was an abusive alcoholic, and Tom Hardy left with his mother when she left him, and Joel Edgerton's character stayed because of a girl that he ended up marrying. But Nick Nolte's character has since refound his Catholic religion, doesn't drink anymore, wants to reconcile with I think Tommy is the character's name, but he didn't want anything to do with it. So he's like, look, I want you to train me, but we're not gonna be buddy buddy. We're not gonna reconcile. It's just gonna be training. So they start the training, and I'm probably getting ahead of myself here because the first time you see Tommy fight, he goes and there's like this number 1 pound for pound light heavyweight champion of that area or whatever, sparring with somebody. He basically just the guy, his name's like Mad Dog. I think they give him some name like that, but he keeps beating the hell out of his sparring partners. So Agent Sitwell, if anybody remembers him from Captain America getting his butt beat in an elevator, he's actually Mad Dog's like manager. Well, Tommy goes and talks to him. He goes, hey, I want to spar with your guy. And Sitwell is pretty much like, nah, you don't want this. He goes, no, trust me, I do. So he goes, all right. He tells Mad Dog, he goes, go easy on him. Immediately, Tom Hardy wrecks this dude's crap. Like, just mollywops this dude. Knocks him out, whole nine. So when he finds out about the tournament, he's training. Well, his brother, Joel Edgerton's character, is a teacher who used to be an MMA fighter. He retired, became a teacher. Well, money's been tight. He's got a daughter who's had to have heart surgery, so they had to take out a mortgage on their home. He's trying to make ends meet. It's not working, so he starts doing like not pro, amateur, starts doing amateur MMA fights to earn money. Well, school finds out, decides to suspend him without pay. So then he decides to enter the tournament as well. Now, at this point, he doesn't know that Tommy's around. There's a reason Tommy left. It's not a trouble thing. He's kind of a hero a little bit. They show you what happens in the movie. But they meet, and Tommy's still mad at Joel's character because, you didn't leave with me and Mom. You stayed behind for a girl. So you basically abandoned us. So they start the tournament, and again, folks, shouldn't be too much of a spoiler. The brothers end up being in the finals of the tournament. Now, I won't tell you who wins, but this movie was, even with the MMA backdrop, was a very emotional, it was a drama-filled movie, a very emotional movie. So good, though. Fight scenes are so well choreographed. Like, it really makes you think that these dudes were MMA fighters at some time. And probably, for my money, one of the best performances Tom Hardy has had. And it's just a movie that I think nobody really paid attention to. I don't know if it's because, well, the MMA fad was kind of dying at the time or what, but it just feels like nobody talks about this movie as much as they should. Just an underrated movie that, again, this is one of those movies when I talk to people about, 9 times out of 10, they don't know what I'm talking about. But really good movie. Nick Nolte is fantastic. My goodness, he is just so good in this film as the dad trying to seek redemption for his past. And just the family reconciliation dynamic of the whole movie is just fantastic. So check out Warrior, folks, if you haven't. Great, solid movie. All right, Nope.
So this is the Ice Harvest, and did you put the other one behind this?
Yes, I did.
So this is the actual movie that I was thinking of when I was suggesting an underrated movie for Jay, but I actually confused it for a different one. But this one here, this is John Cusack is a mob lawyer, and he's been secretly siphoning off money from the mob boss there, and they're in Kansas, and it's Wichita, Kansas. He's trying to basically get out of Kansas because everybody's starting to pick up, that money's missing and all that kind of stuff. Well, Billy Bob Thornton's character there winds up being his partner in the whole mix, and he's trying to make his way out of town, and he's making a couple little different contacts and subtly, without actually saying goodbye. But then there's guy looking for him, the both of them, and it just turns into a fiasco. That guy winds up in that trunk, and it's actually the guy from Dumb and Dumber that they give him the wrong pills. He's like, oh, there you go. Pills are good. Pills are good. Yeah, he's in that chest, but alive, and they're going back and forth and talking shit to each other. And yeah, it's hilarious. It's a real good one. But the movie that I thought was, I told him a simple plan. Now, this movie is not a comedy. And I was reminded about this today because I rewatched it and I went, yeah, this wasn't that same movie, but it's a Billy Bob movie just the same. But it definitely took any kind of sales out of my balloon that I was getting ready to watch some funny, whatever the hell movie. And I went, oh, that's right. Okay. But this one is about two brothers, Billy Bob and Bill Paxton there, and one of their friends, which it's actually Billy Bob's friend, which Billy Bob in this movie plays another, I wouldn't say slower because he is smart. He's just kind of dumb in some senses, but the three of them are out driving around, going visiting the two of them parents' grave. But on the way back, they wind up wrecking the truck, trying to swerve to miss this fox. And then they go to chase this fox into the woods because, retribution. But Bill Paxton's character doesn't necessarily want him to go in there with a gun, especially because it's a nature preserve. So any kind of hunting is illegal and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, we're not hunting. We're collecting a debt. And then they go traipsing off into the woods to go after this fox. Well, while they're in the woods there, they come across this plane, a little Cessna plane that's all covered in snow and only gets uncovered when one of them throws a snowball towards the other one, misses, and then it knocks off that initial layer. And then, oh, shit, there's a plane here. Well, they start looking around in the plane, come across a shit ton of money. So now they're at a crossroads of what do we do with it. Bill Paxton wants to go to the cops with it because he's just a straight-laced guy. He goes to work. He's got a 9-to-5 job. Wife at home, pregnant with a kid. Bridget Fonda's character there. So he just wants to report it to the cops, go about their business, all that kind of stuff. Well, Billy Bob's character and the friend are unemployed at the time, kind of down on their luck, could really use the money, so they want to keep it. And then they all kind of talk Bill Paxton into keeping the money, but only if Bill Paxton gets to keep the money himself. And then they're going to sit on it for a couple of months and try and see if anybody discovers the plane, and then go from there and decide what they want to do with the money if they feel safe about it. Otherwise, they're just going to burn it at, a moment's notice kind of thing.
Hmm.
So then the rest of the movie is just a snowball of, you know, lies begets lies, begets lies, begets lies, you know, and there's a body count to this movie for sure. And it's a good one though. Good grief.
Hmm.
But be warned, it is not a comedy. Though there is a few funny
Is
parts
it black
in
and white?
No,
Okay.
no, just the cover. But
You-
it's
The funniest thing about these two movies is they both in some way feel like Fargo.
yes. Because they're in a snowy place. There's a lot of money involved. There's some double crossing going on. And shit just goes sideways.
And Billy Bob's
So
in the
much.
TV.
Do what?
And Billy Bob's in the TV one.
Right. That's the weird connector there.
Nice.
But yeah, I
I
was
can't
thinking that too.
I can't believe I've never heard this one either. I mean, Bill Paxton and Bill Murray Billy Bob in a movie.
I've never heard of this one either, and they're two of my favorites also.
Yeah, this is a good one, and neither one of you will be disappointed watching it. Guarantee it. And it's also got the dude that in this movie plays the sheriff, but I'm trying to think of what other movies he's been in. Hold on, I'll find him.
Well, why he's looking up that honorable mentions?
Kelsey Ross.
Oh, from
Major League. He's the
Major League,
Yeah.
He
and
drinks the Joe Booze.
Yeah.
and also Bill and Ted's Bogus
Yep.
Journey. Yep. Honorable mention for Bill Paxton. Rest in peace. Love the dude. Frailty. If
Oh,
you've never
yeah.
seen the movie Frailty, holy crap.
I was about
That's a
ready to
good one.
slap you. I didn't know where you were going with that.
Twister.
Yeah.
No,
Debris.
Stupid ass
Frailty
movie.
was a movie that it got me. Like the twist in that was like, oh, so we're going with this. Okay. I thought
Man,
it was
it
just
was
crazy people, and nope.
So good.
It was
I think I saw that one.
Powers
Matthew
Booth is in it.
McConaughey. Hey.
Yeah.
Powers Booth. I love that dude too. Good pick, man. Man, I got a lot of freaking movies on my list now between the two of you. Come on, Ed, bring it home. with
It makes me sad that I learned that there's a generation of people out there who've never heard of this movie. This movie is the epitome of fun family movie. The Princess Bride. Oh my goodness. So many good memories. It starts with, again, Peter Falk. He's the most he's been talked about in a while, I bet.
Yeah.
Is reading a book to his grandson who stays home from school sick, Fred Savage.
Hmm.
And the name of the book is The Princess Bride. And it's about Princess Buttercup and Wesley that wants to marry her and all kinds of, fun stuff like that, as soon as you hear Princess Buttercup, kids nowadays like, pfft. I'm like, watch the movie. It's a good movie. Do not pshaw The Princess Bride.
Yes.
So anyway, Wesley's played by Cary Elwes or however you say his name.
Jerry Elvis.
And he disappeared on his Buttercup. They were going to be a couple, and he vanished one day, and she thought that she got a letter that he was dead and was killed by the Sir. Oh shit!
The Dread Pirate Roberts.
Dread Pirate Roberts. That's what it was. And then she's older now, and she's going to end up getting married to Chris Sarandon, who is Prince Humperdinck. which Chris Sarandon as Prince Humperdinck was amazing, even though I never would have pictured him in that role, but he was amazing. And the Dread Pirate Roberts appears before their wedding, and he's got a mask on. And yeah, you guessed it, it's Cary Ellis, but no one seems to know this, even though he still looks and sounds just like Cary Ellis. And then you got Inigo Montoya, who's looking to kill the six-fingered man who killed his father. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. And then you have Vizini, played by Wallace Shawn, who has a speech impediment and says inconceivable for everything. And it's hilarious because Andre the Giant, the wrestler's in it. He plays Fezzik, the friendly giant. And finally, after like the 20th time, he says, inconceivable. Andre like leans over and says, I don't think he knows what that word means, which is one of the funniest parts of the movie. But it's basically a fairy tale about fighting for your woman and saving the day before she gets married to the evil prince. But it's just so much fun. And it makes me sad that today's generation is missing out on this movie. So my generation doesn't underappreciate this movie. But when I found out people today weren't knowing about it, I'm like, I got to add this one because this movie can't die. This movie is too good, too wholesome, too family fun, what it should be like movie. And I don't want it to get lost.
Yes.
And Peter Cook is one of the best priests ever at a wedding.
Wow.
Wow.
Let me tell you how ingrained in society this movie had become, though. In the first Gears of War game, there's an achievement called "Have Fun Storming the Castle."
Nice.
Yep. Direct line from Miracle Max, played by Billy Crystal.
Yep.
That movie's so great, dude. I know one person. I don't know them personally, but I know one person who doesn't like The Princess Bride.
I know one person too.
I think pretty sure it's the same person. Might be the same person.
Dan's old partner.
Yeah.
Yep. He's the only person I've ever heard of that has watched this movie and hated it.
Yes. But Mandy Patinkin, I can never say Mandy's last name. Patinkin. Him as Inigo.
Come on, don't you remember from How I Met Your Mother? That's how all the old people get attracted. Don't say that too loud. All the old people who come around. Patinkin.
Oh. I almost didn't realize it was him.
I know. Because he aged a little bit.
I loved this movie so much though when I was younger that I could practically act it out. And I'll admit that me and my nieces and nephews did act it out in the backyard.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. You want to know something else, folks? When they did the Once Upon a Deadpool movie, the main premise was him kidnapping Fred Savage, putting him in that costume in that old bedroom, and reading Deadpool 2 to him in a PG-13 cut.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
But see, Ed, that one you might be able to watch. It's PG-13, and he's trying to do what you're trying to do right here.
And that's a movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called Once Upon a Deadpool.
Correct.
It's not animated, it's a movie.
No, it's a movie.
It's a movie.
I have never even heard of it.
They language down for PG-13.
Was it at the theater or was it on TV? Or?
I think they put it out in theaters.
Man, I've never even heard of it.
Second, but
you know what to do, Jay.
Plus.
Yep.
I don't need to tell you.
Yep. Yeah. The thing is, I think what they were trying to do was this was around the time that Disney had purchased Fox. So I think they were kind of doing a dry run to see how Deadpool would do as PG-13, kind of.
It was actually Ryan Reynolds' idea, I believe. Like, he approached Disney and said he had an idea to basically capitalize on that to make a not necessarily kid friendly, but obviously, much more toned down, which I've watched it and it's actually still just as good.
Dude, the parts with freaking Fred Savage in it are like, it's hilarious.
Oh, big
The
time.
whole Nickelback discussion. The Nickelback discussion was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that whole part extra, because I'm sure it cut down the movie quite a bit, cutting all that stuff out.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think they did reshoots and stuff for it too, though.
And I have all of them. I have Deadpool, Deadpool 2, the Super Duper cut, Once Upon a Deadpool, and Deadpool Wolverine. And I'll watch Once Upon a Deadpool just as much as I do the other ones.
Now, was that of the first movie or was that of the second one?
I want to say it was. I want to say it was the second movie.
Okay.
But sometimes I get the first and second movies confused with certain parts that happen.
I will say this. I found the scene with the Little Prayer by Madonna where he puts the mask on for Wolverine. And I have watched that fight scene probably 100 times. I haven't watched the whole movie yet, but when he puts that Wolverine hood on, oh man, the first time I saw that, I got goosebumps.
Yeah. There's a Wolverine fan that I know, and I won't call them out. They told me they waited forever to see the mask on screen, but once they saw the mask on screen, they didn't like it.
Oh, you called me out right now. I'm going to write him a letter. I don't know who that is.
And it was Deadpool 2 for Once Upon a Deadpool.
Okay.
So it's retelling Deadpool 2.
I can understand where your friend was coming from, though, because at first, and it could just be the whole factor, too, of you've seen Hugh Jackman with the feathered hair for so long, seeing him in that mask was just so off-putting at first. Because he's been playing. I didn't say it looked bad. I just said it was off-putting at first.
Perfect. You're wrong. It's perfect.
And Ed, we wonder why Nope doesn't talk too much.
As Jenna says, I will fight you. He knows me. He ain't taking me seriously. Give me a break. But you're wrong.
Hey,
first time I was not a fan, but I did watch that multiple times. So
the only thing I wasn't a fan of is blowjob handles. It's like, you're such a worthless character. I don't know how you got famous.
Because he's so great. Speaking of Nope talking, I think the last 2 years.
Oh, so this one is Ben Stiller film, and he works for Time magazine, and he's been basically the curator for the cover of the magazine for as long as he's been working there, or not as long as he has been, but worked his way up to that position. But so he's got this last, I believe it's going to be the last issue of Time that they're going to put out. They're doing a special cover, and he does not have the film for it. And he's got this big famous photographer that is usually the guy to go to, and he's been commissioned to have this done, but he can't seem to find the file, or the guy didn't send it. But it's one of those, he's one of them, kind of like a method actor. He's very particular kind of photographer to where he's very, very hard to get a hold of. And so we're following Walter on a journey of trying to chase down this photographer to get the picture or the film, whatever, to see if he even sent it. And so he's just a step behind him every single time that he gets a lead about where he went. he goes to that spot and, oh, you just missed him kind of thing by a day or two or something. So, and this goes and puts him in all sorts of different, situations where he would never be doing that sort of thing because he's just, a 9 to 5 guy going to work up in the city, day after day after day after day, and doesn't really take any time or do anything for himself. But along this trip, he, kind of like Forrest Gump, gets into a whole bunch of stuff that, like, okay, we're doing this now. All right. But I think this is prime Ben Stiller, and it's a good story. It makes you feel good. You're definitely going to have a smile on your face and, be happy after you watch this one. It's real funny. I can't remember the other actors in there, but all the little side characters and actors in there are great. Where I just think this is like on the level of Forrest Gump as far as that, whole bunch of people that he meets through his life, and they're all just like huge pivotal ones. But it's a good time if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think this is a remake, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be. I think it's a book for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there was an original film.
When I first heard of this movie, it was actually going to star Jim Carrey at first. Like they were trying
that could have worked.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this came out before or after Yes Man.
Yeah.
If this came out after Yes Man, then it would have just been another Yes Man, I think.
Yeah.
Because in that same vein, it's kind of like that, where he's forced to, not really forced. I mean, obviously you can call it quits at any time, but he's trying to get this photo because this is like the big deal. Last cover that they're making, because they're going digital, I think, with the magazine after that point or something. So this is going to be the last physical magazine cover.
I was just looking it up. Danny Kaye, who was in White Christmas, was in the original one in 1947.
Okay.
Huh.
So it's that old. So it could have even been a black and white one.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay.
Interesting. Awesome. Well, honorable mention for Ben Stiller. You got to be Tropic Thunder.
Oh yeah, or the Heartbreak Kid.
Yes. Like don't get me wrong, I like Meet the Fockers and Focker-in-Law. I like those. But man, Heartbreak Kid, Tropic Thunder, and Mystery Men.
Oh, Mystery Men. I forgot about that one. but as soon as you say, like, that's another one of those that I watched over and over and over. Can you see me? Yes, we can. Kel Mitchell's in there, Invisible Boy.
Freaking yes.
But only when people aren't looking.
Yes. Dude, that movie is
the spleen.
Oh,
Pee Wee Herman.
Dude, the movie is so like, again, it's a dumb movie, but damn, it's a lot of fun, dude.
Hank Azaria.
Go fork yourself.
William H. Macy, the shoveler.
Yes. Janine Garofalo, the bowler.
Mm-hmm.
The Captain Furious.
Yeah, that's with Ben Stiller's character.
Captain Furious.
It might have been Mr. Furious.
It might have been. I think maybe Greg Kinnear's character was Captain something.
Did you know that I believe that character, and it's I think the only connection, but I want to say that it's connected to the Flaming Carrot comics. Mystery Men.
I've heard that.
Yeah, something like there was a character of that same name and had similar powers, but it might have also been like a wannabe hero character or something. I can't remember. It was one of those little YouTube shorts like, oh, fun facts did you know about these? Brr, 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 brr.
Now I gotta look. Let me see.
Mm.
Let's see. They're based on characters from the indie Flaming Carrot comics. Wait,
Oh,
is that the same Flaming Carrot comics? Is that the same as
Image.
the
I think.
huh.
Pretty sure it's the same one that like crosses over with the Ninja Turtle, Savage Dragon, that whole lot,
That is
all
that's
the OGs. Image.
very interesting to know that. All right. So we got one more, folks.
Boom, 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 boom,
The
boom.
last one.
Little bus. Yep, there
Yeah.
it is. Little Miss Sunshine. So this has got another all-star cast of some that, yeah, well, just you got young Paul Dano, early career Steve Carell, Tony Collette, and Greg Kinnear's the dad. Tony Collette's the mom, and I don't know the little girl's name, but she grows up and then she's in Zombieland and all that. Plays the
Abigail
younger sister.
Breslin.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then Grandpa. He's another famous face, but I couldn't tell you the name on that guy either. But anyways, so this is the whole mixed batch of family, and they're all on the road to go do this beauty pageant for the little girl there. And I don't think they have enough money to fly, or there's issues with everybody in the party not being able to fly. Because Steve Carell is actually a recovering psych patient sort of thing, to where he's been not in and out of psych hospital or nothing, but he's a recovering, tried to unalive himself, and but he's a teacher, but had a situation go on with a student and bunch of stuff. Obviously, you watch the movie, you'll get that whole story. But so he's basically been signed off into the care of, I believe it is her brother, and then that's his dad, I believe. The grandpa. I just can't remember the relation between those two. But anyways, then you got Paul Dano. He's a real quiet guy in this movie, and he's just basically, or I'm pretty sure he doesn't even talk at all. But because he's just kind of biding his time to where he can go off and join the Air Force because he wants to be a pilot. And Greg Kinnear's one of them. He's just Greg Kinnear at his Kinneariest, to where he's just like super businessy guy. And I don't say that anything against Greg Kinnear. I love Greg Kinnear, but he plays that means well, but he's just an asshole about things.
Yeah.
And so it's just a big old mix of so much chemistry between the cast. Like, they really nailed it, and this is another one that you'll feel good after watching. But I really love this one, and this is not a role that you're gonna expect to see from Steve Carell too, because this is definitely at one of the higher points of his drama roles. He definitely got some depth in that department.
I know that it isn't, but just looking at this, it immediately screams Wes Anderson.
it feels like a Wes Anderson movie. That's the other thing that I like about it. I love Wes Anderson films. I'm one of them weirdos that other people are like, this movie's boring as fuck. I don't get it. Like I love Moonrise Kingdom, Asteroid City. More recently.
Didn't you also do Roll Tenenbaums?
Yes, I believe so.
So, folks, look at that. We made it through the rest of those movies. Holy crap. 5
We're on
hours.
the other side.
5
Is
hours.
that still with us?
No. I'm pretty sure
put him to
Wes
sleep.
Anderson did Rushmore too, like I talked about earlier.
Could have.
I think he did.
Is that the one that also has Bill Murray in it?
He's been in a few Wes Andersons.
I think you might be thinking of the Royal Tenenbaums.
Well, him and Jason Schwartzman are like vying for the affections of a teacher.
Okay, maybe I don't remember him being in it, but you might be right.
Maybe he was. Let's see.
Yeah, Schwartzman is in a lot of Wes Anderson stuff too.
Schwarzenegger?
No,
Jason
Schwartzman.
Oh, Schwartzen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bill Murray is in there. Yeah.
Yeah, like he falls in love with the teacher as well, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
What was the line I remember from that movie was? It wasn't this. It was the hand job. I can't remember what the first part of that is though. He's saying something about the teacher, like why he got in trouble. It's been forever. I remember that movie. I remember Rushmore. I just been forever since I've seen it. Oh, y'all! I did not think we were going to get through all those. We started early. We're still ending at midnight.
No, you're not.
What?
It's 1:07. Thank you very much.
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
The whole goal of starting at 8 was to be done by midnight my time. We did the same damn thing anyway.
Started an hour early, ended midnight my time.
Yeah.
It's a lot of movies, man. There's still more we probably could have done.
It doesn't even matter.
Oh yeah, I thought of a
So
whole
much
bunch of
fun
them while we were
sitting here.
talking.
Oh yeah. I got at least 10 more that I could easily add and do again next week. But if we're starting at 7:30. Damn it, this is getting ridiculous. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, yeah, because right there at the end, Little Miss Sunshine made me think of Dan in Real Life. Another great Steve Carell movie where he's not being stupid goofy, but it's still a real funny movie.
Well, I gotta say, underrated movie for Steve Carell is always going to be 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh, without a doubt.
I love that movie.
That movie, I'll be honest with you. In general, I don't care for Steve Carell. His comedy doesn't do it for me. 40-Year-Old Virgin, dude, I have never laughed harder, ever at a movie than when he was getting waxed. And when he shouted Kelly Clarkson, I had to walk outside of the theater and breathe. I could not breathe. And my date comes out and she's like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, I gotta breathe. That was so fucking funny. But I've never watched it again. So it was just like a one time. It was funny. And I did not care for his choice of woman at the end of that movie, but
I can't remember her name.
I don't
know
even.
you're talking about. That was my first experience with Jonah Hill.
Oh.
So random. I just want to buy it from you straight up. Well, we don't actually sell things in the store. So we sell your stuff on eBay.
I'd have been Seth Rogen in that movie. I'd have been getting in the tub with Elizabeth Banks easily.
Yeah.
Were they straight up Circuit City, or did they make up a store? They were Circuit City, weren't they? Isn't the
No,
40-year-old
what were
virgin?
they? They
Man, I
were
could have swore they
Tech.
were.
Tech World.
I don't remember.
Oh, hold on. No. Had Tech in the name.
All they're talking about is the stupid eBay store that the woman was setting up.
Smart Tech.
Smart Tech.
Smart
Yeah,
Tech.
it was Smart Tech.
Yeah, I just zoomed in on his shirt. It was Smart Tech. Yeah. Smart Tech.
Friday, I made some egg salad because I really wanted an egg salad sandwich. But by the time I got done making the egg salad, I realized that I didn't have bread. So then I had a whole bunch of egg salads.
The Indian guys were my favorite. The Indian guys.
Go fuck a goat.
Indian brain.
Oh. There is so much stuff in that movie that is so stupid but yet hilarious.
Yeah.
And I don't think a movie's ever made me laugh harder than that Kelly Clarkson when she ripped the hair off his nipple. Whatever reason that hit me that he would scream because he's like, bitch, score somewhere. And then Kelly Clarkson. And I lost it. I just absolutely lost it.
And they actually waxed him for that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. They wanted it. That was his real blood droplets on his shirt. But it was hilarious because I'd only been dating this girl for like 2 weeks, and here she is walking out to see if I'm okay. I'm like, I'm fine. I just could not breathe with him doing that. And she's like, but it's so funny. I'm like, get in there. I'll be there in a minute. Oh, that scene killed me.
Yeah. And he was still doing The Office when that happened.
I've never watched that either.
I didn't watch The Office, much like Chuck, like I said before. I didn't watch it while it was on. It wasn't until afterwards when it was on Netflix for a while. And I was like, I got some time to kill. And the episodes were only like 20 minutes. So before I knew it, I was like halfway through it. It's like 10 seasons though, something like that.
Yeah, The Office. I think it's 9.
There's one other movie Steve Carell's in that he cracked me up. And that was starring another guy that I can't stand that Nope loves, Jim Carrey, where Jim Carrey gets God's powers and Steve Carell is the anchor man. And he makes him go, dude, I pissed myself. I was laughing when he did that on camera.
I almost thought you were going with Burt Wonderstone.
I don't know
because they're in that movie together too.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. So no, I wasn't going with that one.
Well, and then they actually had a standalone without Jim Carrey afterwards, Evan Almighty, with John Goodman in there as a bad guy, and Evan was the new Noah in that one. It was, but
is that the one where Steve Carell got the powers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't care for that.
It was, I mean, kind of. As much power as Noah had.
Right.
I just like how one of the first things Jim Carrey did was make Jennifer Aniston a quadruple Q cup. It's like the first power he tried. It's like, dude, really?
There's a movie, like, speaking of having powers like that, there's a movie with Simon Pegg that I've never actually seen. But eventually I will. It's called Absolutely Everything. Basically, aliens give him a power to where he can make anything happen just by waving his hand.
Oh, yeah. That was like 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think so.
That's that guy from that spoof zombie. Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah.
I saw that. That was a good movie.
Okay.
Hot Fuzz would be put on this list too. I could tell you that whole movie.
Dude, Hot Fuzz has one of the most shocking, unexpected, brutal, but funny kills I think I've ever seen in a movie.
Well, perfectly timed one-liners too.
Oh my goodness.
Just riddled with one-liners in that movie.
I think Kate
You
Beckinsale's in that movie
mothers.
too.
Which one?
The Absolute Anything.
Oh,
Oh.
I was like, I know she's not in
I
Hot
love
Fuzz.
Kate Beckinsale.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's a Monty Python thing too, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
But I might be confusing 3 different things right now. So
It happens.
shit happens.
Everything. What is it?
Absolutely everything.
Absolutely everything.
Yeah.
That's why he's getting it confused. You know, because it's
okay,
absolutely
'cause they're-
everything.
And Robin Williams played the dog. I'm almost positive. And they're wondering what the hell I'm smoking right now after saying that comment. I'm not smoking anything.
Now, fortunately, the other thing I was supposed to remind Ed about is on the slide deck. I forgot what that was, but I'm going to send you Once Upon a Deadpool right now so I don't forget.
Man, you just gave me glaring eyes, so I can't wait to see what's on this slide deck.
The glaring
What did I
eye,
do wrong?
no, it was just me looking at the camera trying to type.
Oh, you looked at the camera like, this next slide, mother, you and I are gonna. I'm like, okay, what the hell did I do?
This next one's dedicated to my friend Ed.
Jenna says sometimes when I'm not paying attention, I look angry. I wasn't trying to look angry. I just was looking at my phone and trying to look at the camera at the same time.
Like
the way you
looking
were
over your
looking at me,
glasses
I didn't know
sometimes.
whether to get turned on or to clench fist.
Both? Why not both?
Well, I'd have to.
See,
never
so
mind.
judgy.
Since,
Why not both?
since I'm up alone, I guess I'd have to do both.
Someone's looking for the clench fist. Not telling you where that clench fist is going, though.
Huck her up, buddy.
Can I call you Mitt?
The opinions that have been heard on this channel do not necessarily the opinions reflected by me. Just saying.
You were
I
disrupting.
am a recording. I am not real.
All right. We made it through the movies. 5 hours and 20 minutes in. I think it's time to wrap it up. Perhaps.
Yes. Wrap
Okay.
up now.
There we go.
Now.
All right, y'all.
Wrap
I will-
up now.
See y'all in the back room.
Hell, Hydra. Get me the hell out of here, Hydra. Hell.
All right.
Later.
Later. All right, folks. Want to thank everyone for showing up, for being here tonight. Even if you just dropped in for a second, a lot of movies. There's a lot more, folks. I think between the 3 of us, we can come up with another list of underrated movies and shows, probably video games, because there's a bunch of those I got too. If you made it this far into the video, please don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe. Eventually, I'll say that at the beginning, but I probably won't. I always forget till the very end. No shows on the Experience Monday, so hopefully I'll see y'all sometime during the rest of the week. Join us here again. Not sure what we're going to talk about. We'll hash that out, but before it happens, next Saturday, same time, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, which is the new time, I should say. Same time as today, though. Yeah, everyone, you have a great, safe, happy Memorial weekend, and we will catch you next week. Take care.